And come on, load for me. Load for me. Oh, dadgummit, I missed something.
What?
I still didn't swap the category.
Ooh, I think I might have found another interesting one. But
Okay, I have updated the category. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. If my dang Twitch would load, why isn't my Twitch loading? There it goes. Now, is this loading? Yes, yes it does. And does this load as well? Hello everyone and welcome back. I am the James with the games and welcome back to being part of the missing members. And welcome to, first off, July 3rd. But also welcome to the Homebrew review. Note that I haven't done this in a while, but also I haven't actually streamed this before. But one of my favorite pastimes is, if you couldn't tell, I love TTRPGs. But I also love reviewing homebrew material. Whether it be the fantastic, the awful, or the beyond mediocre. And believe me, I've seen all three. I have literally seen stuff that has been so good that I'm like, this could literally be played at any table. No questions asked, no matter what the setting is. Or like, it just needs a little bit of reflavoring. But, to start us off here, also, say hello, Berserker Bahamut.
hello.
But, first off, Berserker Bahamut has provided all the homebrew material for today. Or at least gathered it. He didn't make it himself.
Yeah.
But
Some of them are for, well, a lot of them are for monks. Some of them are like their own unique classes. And some you might recognize if you've played certain video games or if you've watched various certain anime shows.
fair enough. So, first off, one, I realize this is D&D Wiki. I myself am not a big proponent of the D&D Wiki, especially for its 5e material. Mainly since every time I have been given 5e material from the D&D Wiki, it has been either incredibly meddling or like so broken that it's like, why would you even attempt this?
Especially if somebody did a little bit too well on the research for the class or the thing they're basing the class on.
Here's the funny thing. The thing you're saying that about came from GM Binder.
That's not the one I'm talking about. I'm referring to the Spawn subclass. Well, Spawn class. Albeit still incomplete at the moment as far as I'm aware.
Ah, okay, fair enough. But first off, we have Way of the Ogre. This is based off of the Baki series. I know nothing on Baki. I'm here to review this as a person who loves tabletop and knows how the rules of 5e works better than most do.
Not to mention, if this goes properly, this potentially, and I do mean potentially, might, help monks gain the love that they need and boosting gameplay viability possible.
Fair enough. It sounds like you aren't talking to your mic as properly as usual, but that's not a big deal. I'm letting you know. It's not picking up as good as usual.
Right. Must be because I'm talking away from my mic because I'm trying to eat some lasagna.
Fair enough. So first off, this is the way of Yoda. At one point in every man's life, he wishes to be the strongest in the world. Eventually, most men give up on this dream, but not you. You have discovered a dark power that resides deep within martial artists. Most are completely unaware of its existence, due to the wanton love for extreme violence being the catalyst that draws it out. This power would be considered by many to be evil, but should your warrior spirit and sheer force of will be strong enough, you can harness the power for however you see fit. Honestly, great flavor text. But the flavor text isn't what's important here. It's the abilities. And first off, we see 3, 3, 6, 6, 11, 17. So, that's good because of it follows natural monk progression. Because of, I even have the 5e monk pulled out here. I'm not share screening this with you, but I have the D&D5E wiki dot open as well.
Right.
Just to show that 3 monastic tradition, 6 monastic tradition feature, 11 is a third one, and 17 is your last one.
Right.
So it follows traditional monk progression. That's good. First feature, Demon Back. At 3rd level, an ancient and dark power awakens within you in times of stress. When you drop below half your maximum HP, you enter a state of unmatched power. While in this altered form, the muscles in your back shape into the form
of a smiling demon.
I get that it's meant to be flavorful. You can re-flavor things however you want. It's just the way that's written. I don't like how it's written. That's more of a personal thing, not a gameplay thing.
Right.
You gain temp HP equal to your monk level plus your wisdom mod. That's perfectly fine. That's very reasonable for a 3rd level feature. Because of it's unless you're healed above half your HP, in which it may have a circumstantial thing saying that it can only happen so many times per long rest. That isn't an infinite temp HP generation. Bullet point 2. After the first instance of taking a type of damage, including the triggering damage, you gain resistance to that damage type. That's interesting, though this would have to be more clearly worded. Because I can see ways that a person would argue about this.
It's not, keep in mind, this is only while the demon back is active.
Oh no, the reason I'm bringing this up is specifically, like, you have it activate, and, like, you gain resistance to, like, slashing and piercing during that triggering of it. You heal up, and then you get knocked down to half HP again, and a person would argue that they still have resistance to slashing and piercing. That's what I'm getting at.
Ew.
Is that,
well, at least
that could come up with to rulings nightmares.
But at least it says your demon back and all its benefits will dissipate after a minute.
Oh, okay. I haven't gotten there yet. Honestly, that should be put above it, not below it.
But hey, at least it's there.
Yes. And your unarmed strikes and deal extra bludgeoning damage equal to a roll of your martial arts die. Honestly, that's not bad, and that's actually in fact, that's actually really nice for if you're in a race that already has natural weapons. Because if that actually helps out substantially. Especially if you're doing Flurry of Blows. Because of note, this is a passive feature. This doesn't require key to activate, which... This doesn't require key to activate it unless you're trying to use it more than once per long rest.
And even then, you still can only activate this if you're at half, if you are less than half your max HP.
Yes, and that is honestly a pretty considerable drawback even with the monk's potential hit die. So, the only thing here that really needs clarified is literally that second portion. Because of the second portion, it needs to say that you only gain those resistances during this particular instance of Demon Back triggering.
But at least it says that those benefits will dissipate, meaning even the resistances will be gone after that minute.
I get you, but I'm saying that because of that's a rules clarification.
Right.
So, honestly, it's the third feature here that's actually the most impactful out of all three of those, despite resistances. And it's mainly just because of that actually doubles this monk's potential damage output.
Indeed, actually, that you're right about that. Holy moly.
And if you're a monk that has natural weapons built in, is in like, you're some race that actually has natural weapons, whether it be claws, horns, a bite attack, what have you, that actually makes this better since technically monk's unarmed damage stacks on top of the base damage that your natural weapons do.
Oh,
that is a rule that really should be clarified better, which it's not, which I don't like, but that's another discussion.
But oh my god, this is already starting to make Monk feel a little good.
Third, Ferocious Warrior Spirit. Starting at 3rd level, an unsettling aura surrounds you at all times. You gain proficiency...
Just make it expert.
Okay,
right off the bat.
This is something I am going to go ahead and go on a rant about. This is my personal opinion. If you gain your subclass at 3rd level, no matter what your class is, if you are given proficiency in something, give them expertise in it. Because of this is more so to emphasize if a party starts at level 1 and you build up to level 3, it feels crummy to only be given a proficiency in a skill at level 3. You should be given expertise in it, because of it is what either that or your next class feature, you also gain expertise in it. Well, next subclass feature. And it's because of I do not feel like proficiency is that worth it, especially with how 5E does it. And honestly, if you actually look things up and you look at like Pathfinder 2 and how they do subclasses and what they give for subclasses, they give oy vey. I'm trying to remember the exact term. they give the second level tier of like skill proficiency if you gain a proficiency from your subclass at level 3. Though most archetypes in Pathfinder get their start getting their stuff at level 1. But that's an entirely different story. So, I would change this to expertise, and any creature that sees you awake in your back must succeed on a wisdom save or be frightened of you for 1 minute. Any creature that fails this save may repeat it at the end of each of your turns, ending the effect on a success. A creature that succeeds on the save is immune to this effect for the next 24 hours. Honestly, this is flavor, and you can only realistically have this trigger once, if not three or four times a long rest. And it's mainly because of it's tied to your key pool, technically. And frightened is not a super overpowering condition, and if anything, this is actually something funny. If you're being optimal, causing your enemies to be frightened of you is one of the worst things you can do. But I'm not looking at this from like the peak optimization perspective, because of peak optimization perspective, it's really hard to build an entire team at that level of skill. That makes sense?
Right.
But otherwise, this is flavor and it's interesting. Deadliest Fist. Starting at 6th level, your fists become even deadlier weapons. When you roll a nat 19 on an unarmed strike, you can spend 1 key point to make it a critical hit. This extends to 18 or 19 at level 17. Okay. Ugh. This one's weird. Because of realistically, this only matters if your back is triggered. If your back isn't triggered, you never want to proc this.
Right.
Meaning that especially if the DM doesn't cause you to get most of the aggro, this feature does nothing. And that's my problem with it. It's sort of funny because of legitimately one of the best things to do for if you want this to be useful is before you get into anything that looks like it might become a fight, have your party members hit you till they remove 40% of your health. I'm not kidding.
See.
And that's kind of a dumb way to play a character. Is literally, it's like, okay, we're getting ready to go into a fight. Everyone, hit me! And I don't think that'd fit the type of character this would be very well, wouldn't you say?
Right.
But anyways, Ultimate Violence. At 6th level, your knowledge of biology allows you... Also, you're allowed to butt in at any point if you have something additional you want to add.
Right.
Allows you to obliterate your opponent's body with your bare hands. When you score a critical hit with an unarmed strike, you can spend 2 key points to inflict one of the... Okay. Okay, no, 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 bad, bad system, bad, bad. You only get key points. Ugh. When you finish a short or long rest spending 30 minutes meditating. So, no, you do not give an additional feature at 6th level that requires you to spend 2 freaking key points. Bad! Bad! Bad subclass! To inflict one of the following effects on the target until the end of your next turn. Break the leg. The target is knocked prone and the speed is reduced to 0. That is not worth 2 key points. That is not even worth 1 key point to do. Also, because of all you're doing is you're going ahead and proccing Sentinel on someone. That is not worth 2 key points. And I'm going to go out of order here. Shatter the Hand. The target has disadvantage on attack rolls and cannot perform the somatic components of spells. This is substantially better than Break the Leg, but disadvantage on attack rolls is not super useful to put on an enemy. The cannot perform the somatic components of a spells, that however is much more useful. But the problem is you have to score a crit to do this. And even if you're below half health and you continuously because of note, the way Deadliest Fist is worded, and this should be worded better, you can spend that key point after you roll for your attack and see that it's a 19, and then spend the key point to make it a crit. That's the only saving grace for Deadliest Fist. For Shatter the Hand, that can be useful, but there are some spells that don't have somatic components, which means that that does nothing to them. And then we have, so Shatter the Hand, I would say that might be worth 1 key point at times, but because of it's connected to if you make a crit, even then that's a hard sell for me. And lastly, we have Concuss. The target is blinded and deafened until the end of your next turn. Where do I start with this? Because of this is insanely good. This is insanely good because of legit, it makes Shatter the Hand useless. Because of making a target both blind and deaf is better than preventing the somatic components of a spell. Why? 90% of all spells need you to see where you are targeting to be used.
Yes, fear the might of the ogre.
But my problem is, it's still wanting you to use 2 key points for something that activates on a crit. And you already have a feature that requires you to spend key to increase your crit rate. So, it's a conflict, also because of you only have 6 key points at this point.
Excuse me?
Unless your natural key pool was doubled, this should not cost you 2 key. Like, whatsoever. End of discussion. this is my first heavy criticism of this subclass. And it's funny because normally I see stuff that's a lot more busted than this. And honestly, Concuss puts the basic stunning strike that the monk gets at 5th level, like, it blows it out of the water. Because of, even though stun is really, really good, it is nowhere near as good as blinding and deafening a creature for a round. Since Stunning Strike also only works until the end of your next turn as well. So if anything, either A, I would make it so that Deadliest Fist does not require key, and then leave Ultimate Violence alone, or if Deadliest Fist is free, I would make it so that way Break the Leg is automatic, Shatter the Hand costs 1, and Concuss costs 2.
Yeah, because Concuss is just... wow.
Yeah, I don't... because that's the thing in 5e. People don't understand how powerful certain conditions are. There's only like 12 conditions in 5e.
And being able to blind and deafen without needing the opponent to make a saving throw is just...
Yes, that's my point exactly. There's a reason why I would not want to lower the cost for Concuss. But Shatter the Hand and Break the Leg are overcosted because if they are not in the same tier of power. Like, at all.
Right.
And also, this is my 5e Player's Handbook, the original one. The power of imagination. Starting at 11th level, you master the art of mimicry and can use your body as anything crafted for combat. As an action, you can choose a single creature within 30 feet of you and enter a special stance that mimics their very being. While in this stance, your unarmed strikes assume the damage dice of one of their melee attacks. When you do this, the attack must deal bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage, and you ignore any additional elemental damage or effects the attack would do. If you wish to copy a different melee attack, you must use your action to spend one key point to change stances. You can only mimic creatures whose CR is equal to or less than your level, and the stance lasts only 1 minute. Okay, that last line is really helpful. But honestly, okay, this is actually really interesting. And, oh boy, this could lead to a bunch of wonky shenanigans if you have, like, a Path of the Giant Barbarian, or a Rune Knight Fighter, those are the two that come to mind, but there are probably others that, yeah, that could easily go ahead and just from rules as written material, could go ahead and, if you were using the oversized weapons rules, which you should, by the way, could make the power of imagination really strong.
In other words, Congratulations! With the right synergy, Monk is great with this class, subclass.
Yeah, but the thing is, this ability, this feature, is almost completely dependent on your party composition.
Or whatever enemy you're facing.
The enemies are okay, it's the party composition that's actually more important, because of a good party composition can make this synergize infinitely better than any enemies you're going up against, unless your DM is homebrewing the ever-loving bejeepers out of those enemies. And actually having the enemies synergize with each other. And if you're at a table where your GM is going ahead and giving you low enemy count, high synergy fights, you already are at a synergized table. Like, there's no reason why the party synergy would not happen before the enemy synergy. Just to give you some idea here.
Right.
Since, bear in mind, technically, if the enemy is larger than you, you are not taking their pure damage dice with this feature, unless, since this does not specify this, it'd be scaled down to your size category. So, if you fight a giant wielding a longsword, not a longsword, a greatsword, which is dealing 66 damage, and you're normal, that just makes your punches do 2d6. That's what I'm getting at there.
Ah.
It needs to specify that you retain the damage dice no matter what the size of the enemy you are copying is. Because of then that becomes more useful with enemy synergy, not party synergy. But that is a good feature. My problem is that it's a level 11 feature, and most parties don't get to level 11. The Pinnacle Physical Force. Starting at 17th level, you master the destructive power of martial arts and become an ogre. You can now awaken your demon your back at any time as a bonus action. The first time you do so is free, but still costs 1. Additionally, when your back is awoken, you can add both your strength and dex mods to the hit and This is meh. This is meh. I don't have another word to say here. This is meh. This is meh for a capstone ability. I'm betting you were not expecting that.
I was not expecting this, considering this is based on Yujiro Hanma, the strongest creature on the planet in the Baki series.
The reason why this is meh is more so because of it's you have to think that this is a 17th level feature. And at 17th level, full casters are getting their 9th level slots. Is this comparable to things that a caster can do with a 9th level slot?
Unfortunately, no.
I know that you don't like that, and I'm not saying that to put this subclass down. I'm more saying that because of That's the benchmark every martial capstone has to go ahead and compare it to. And this is why, whenever I see a martial capstone that isn't like balls to the walls, going 100 miles an hour, or rather 88 miles an hour if you get that reference.
Back to the Future.
It's why I look at it and I'm like, eh. Because of, okay. The only thing here that's even interesting is that you get to add your strength and dex mod to the hit rolls of your unarmed
Attack
strikes.
and damage rolls, actually. Well, the hit and damage rolls.
No, full stop. I'm saying full stop because of the damage rolls. You have to remember, you're a monk. You are a monk. Up until this point, you want to max your dex and your wisdom. If you already have a high strength mod, good for you. But for most monks, your strength mod tends to be one of your dump stats.
Unless you pick this in advance, and that is going to be the case.
Exactly. So, adding your strength mod to the hit roll is actually useful, but it doesn't actually provide anything on that substantial in the big scheme of things, because of you're adding like maybe 10 or 15% to hit at most. And sure, that's an increase in your hit chance, but that isn't doing anything mind-blowing. And sure, you can activate your back from full health, but all that does is basically give you delayed bear totem and allows you to deal double damage with your unarmed strikes all the time, which stacks with power of imagination, mind you. And that's why I think power of imagination can be incredibly wonky, since if you have the right party composition, at level 11, this subclass can be dealing like 12d6 damage for a minute. I'm not kidding. 3 times around.
Oh.
12d6 damage 3 times around for a minute because of the flurry of blows. Actually, no, 4 times around.
Oh, all right, extra attack.
12d6 damage. Oh no, wait. Technically, if you have the right party composition, that can go up to 24d6 damage. If you are using the upsized weapons rules, and you know how they bloody work, just the power of imagination alone is infinitely better than the pinnacle of physical force. And that may sound really weird to hear, but yeah. So, you have any other final thoughts before we move on to the Way of the Tiger Vessel?
Honestly, that is very surprising, but at least the power of imagination thing really emphasized how important that little technique in the Baki series was just so good. Because it took down guys. It was able to try and keep up with guys like a huge caveman named Pickle.
That sort of cut out a little as you were saying it.
All I'm saying is basically like, Baki was himself, he was almost able to take down this giant freaking muscular caveman named Pickle, using the power of imagination for his stance and power-wise.
Fair enough, but...
And keep in mind, this same caveman was able to basically fist bump with Yujiro Hanma.
But yeah, there's some good in this. The power of imagination is really good, but again, this subclass kind of depends on how much your party is willing to work with you. Because of the starting abilities, they're okay. They could be better, but... And honestly, the problem is literally... Okay, there's one innate problem with this subclass, and it's how Ferocious Warrior Spirit works. Which is that if you go into combat and you have had your team whack down 40% of your health, so you're at 60% of your health as you enter combat, and you're in a big fight, and let's say that your party has the upper hand, you have the doorway into the room, and you are wedged into the doorway, and the enemies have to pile in to get at you. And there's enough of them that knock you down to below 50% of your health. Your back activates, and Ferocious Warrior Spirit activates. And every creature in that room fails their wisdom save. Do you know how bad that is? Kiryu?
What's up?
Did you not hear me read off the scenario?
The party composition scenario between the Way of the Ogre.
Okay, I was giving you a scenario because there's one innate problem to this subclass, and it's a pretty glaring one, which is how Ferocious Warrior Spirit works. So, say you have a full team, and...
Say I what?
Let's just say that you're already over level 6. I'm just saying that so that way you have Deadliest Fist and Ultimate Violence already. Okay?
Okay.
You all are going through a dungeon, and you open these big grand doors into this room filled with enemies. Don't care what the enemies are, they are not immune to the frightened status. And this causes all of the creatures in the room to immediately start funneling into the doorway. But the doorway's just wide enough that you and like the other mainline person in the party can go ahead and barricade it. And you've already taken 40% of your health from your party whacking you. So you're at 60% of your health when the fight starts. You following me so far?
Yeah.
And so, as the fight occurs, you take enough damage to get you below 50% of your health. Your back automatically activates, activating Warrior Spirit, and every enemy that can see you has to make a wisdom save. And let's just say, for example, every enemy in that room fails that wisdom save. Do you know how, from a strategic standpoint, how bad that is?
Because you want the enemies to be near you.
Exactly. And that's the one innate problem of this subclass. I don't know, because if it wasn't for that, this subclass could be really potentially good. But because of that one glaring, obvious fault, it's sort of hard to build it for combat, because of unless you're fighting enemies immune to fear, which there are plenty of enemies immune to fear, it is very hard to actually get that initial wave of enemies to stay in combat with you. And that's all I'm getting at here.
Right.
So anything to say after all of that?
Not that I can think of.
Alright then. On to subclass 2, we have the Way of the Tiger Vessel.
Based on the anime Tengen Ashura.
Yep, and there's this huge disclaimer at the top of the page, which I am not reading. I also kind of realize how small this is on screen. A single young man stands, faced by a large opponent, a Goliath easily twice his size, wielding a massive battle axe who is scarred and grizzled from numerous fights. A dangerous warrior, no doubt, and yet the young man shows no fear. Simply gives the Goliath a cocky smile, and the Goliath, pissed off, makes a swing at him, yet growls in confusion and frustration when his blade misses. Despite the young man having not moved a single step, angrily, he makes a second swing, aiming to cleave him in half, but the man simply raises a hand, redirecting the attack upward by striking the flat of the axe. Goliath, surprised, falls over and yells as the monk aims a single jumping knee in the back of the head, knocking him out as it strikes with an almost superhuman impact. Tiger Vessel style, also known as Nico style, is a powerful style based on the Nico style from Kengan Ashura. It is a combat style centered around having numerous specific abilities for different circumstances, allowing you to almost always have an option when attacked. Fighting system style relishes in the one-on-one confrontations, its utilization of reactions, but can burn through ki quite fast. I already don't like it because of that endpoint layer. Because of the one thing as a monk you do not want to do is burn through your ki quickly. Because of the faster you burn through your ki, the worse you are at actually doing anything meaningful.
Ugh.
But let's see here. 3, 6, 11, 17. Yay! Again, synergy with the monk subclass levels. Good. Adamantine Kata. Followers of the Tiger Vessel pursue the mastering of 4 katas. Upon choosing the subclass, you gain access to the first tier of all 4 katas. You gain the following benefits. Adamantine, is a reaction, you take bludgeoning, cold, fire, piercing, and slashing. No. Awful. 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 Flame Kata is a reaction where you're targeted by an attack. You can spend 2 ki points to give disadvantage on that attack. The attacker also has disadvantage on all attacks made. No. Bad. Bad system. Awful. Awful. You do not give a level 3 feature that uses 2 ki points unless it is absolutely ridiculous. No. You only have 3 ki points at level 3. You're asking to spend 2 of them on this. No. Am I breaking your heart right now?
Kind of.
Sorry. There's a reason why this is called Homebrew Review. It also gives you an idea of what is and is not good to give a subclass or a class at any particular given level. Okay? Redirection kata. When you are hit by an attack, you can... Why is this still 2 key points? To have the target make a dex save against your key save DC. First off, these features... Let me read water first. Because of the thing with water is that this is a 1 key point feature. When a creature makes a contested check against you during a grappling attempt, you can spend 1 key point to give yourself advantage. Or the irony is that that feature synergizes well with a class that I have in my homebrew drive, which is called, let's see
Grappler.
here. No. Where is it? Wait, is it not in here? I swear I put this in here. What keeps happening to my homebrew drive? Things keep mysteriously vanishing from it. Oh no!
Oh no.
Let's see here. Yeah, because I know for a fact. I bloody had this in here. Where'd it go? The pugilist.
Ah.
But even then, straight up, I would cut all 4 of those features by 1 key point, minimum. Which means, yes, water kata would be free.
Oh.
But straight up, yeah, all 4 of these features are not worth 2 key points at level 3. They straight up aren't. Bear in mind that all 3 of these are defensive features. If anything, you would want these tied to a different resource bucket if you want to make this a resource bucket. Because of having it tied to your key is, yeah. Because if you really don't want your key bound to defensive features. But that's besides the point. When you reach the 6th level, you achieve more control over the 4 katas of your style, and learn a new secret kata, the Void Kata Nil. You gain the following benefits. Adamantine Kata Ironbreaker. When you attack, you can spend 1 key point after you attack before you roll damage. On a hit, you can... Okay, that needs clarified if size rules applies to that. Because if it does, that is a great return on investment. Especially if you play a deep gnome, deep dwarf. It's one of the two.
Yeah, also while we were setting up, I kind of found a little some even more subclasses ready to get, aside from these monk-based ones.
Yep, I saw that you were linking me stuff.
Demon Hunter, Esper, All for One, the Death Knight, the Super Saiyan, and the Evoker.
Fair enough. I thought it was the Deep Gnome, but the Deep Gnomes get Desai's stealth and non-detection. Which wasn't what I thought it was. Oh no, I'm thinking of the Dwyer... Yeah, Dwergar. If you're a Dwergar with Adamantine Kata and this stacks with size rules, which are the oversized weapon rules if you didn't pick up on that, this can be really good. Like, you might be doing this more than your flurry of blows. Especially if you're a Dwergar. Well, no, you can't do that. That's completely different. Sorry. Flame Kata. When you are a target for an attack, you can use your reaction to spend a key point to move. I'm sorry. Flame Kata. Go home. You're drunk. You're drunk if you want to spend one key point for that after the above feature. Sorry. You're being very quiet, dude, from my review right now.
To be fair, though, that basically makes the opponent automatically miss you if they don't have reach.
Well, my point is that you're still spending a key point at 6th level for that, which... Usually the most interesting... Because of damage reduction or damage avoidance isn't as big as your actual DPR. So by using this, you are lowering your DPR. That's what you have to think of here, if you're looking at it from a combat standpoint.
Right.
Redirection Kata. When you're attacked by a creature within 5 feet, you can spend one key point that...
It used
no!
Really bad
Redirection Kata. Please go with Flame Kata. Please take Redirection Kata. They're even drunker than you are.
Because that is a bad saving throw to target.
It's dumb because of the Redirection Kata on the previous one was better. And you have to remember, I said on the Weeping Willow, on Indestructible Flashfire and Weeping Willow, all cut by 1 point.
So
this isn't even worth a key point, is my problem.
We're, from now on, any of these features, we are cutting the cost by 1 point.
My problem is that cutting the point cost on Ironbreaker can cause a bit of a damage spiral.
Oh, so keep the cost on Ironbreaker. But the rest of these...
Yeah, but But if anything, there should be like a limit on how often you can use these. Like, honestly, a really good way that you could do this. And you can tell me if this is a thing in Kengan Ashura. You cannot use the same type of kata twice in a row.
I'm trying to think here. I mean, realistically speaking, that actually makes sense if the opponent is adapting to your tactics. So you have to keep them guessing as to what you are going to use next.
And the reason that I say this is straight up because of the fact that if you kept using the same one over and over again, it wouldn't make sense, honestly.
Especially if it's a one-on-one fight.
Exactly. And then we have Water Kata Guillotine. When you grapple a creature, you can spend 1 key point as part of the action to cause bludgeoning damage equal to your unarmed strike damage. Okay, that's actually not terrible, but if we added in the rule that you have to change what katas used in succession, that doesn't become broken if it's free either. Again, literally, like, the only things that have been good enough to require key have been the first 3 and Ironbreaker so far, in my honest opinion.
Right.
And note that you cannot have Guillotine stacked with Ironbreaker.
Right.
Nilkata Void. You can spend 10 minutes meditating to gain key points equal to your proficient... Okay.
This is good for an out-of-combat feature if you're out of key points at the time.
One, yes. Here's the thing that I kind of don't like here. If we went with this subclass textbook with how it's written right now, this would be like, okay, you laughed at me, you kicked me in the pants, you stuck a board in my eye, you spritzed me with a skunk, and then you give me this as an apology.
Bruh.
I'm like...
If it was recovering key points equal to your level, that would have been good. Because you're spending...
If it was okay. There's 2 different ways this could be done. 1, key points equal to your level once per long rest. Fine. Good. The second option is you can spend 10 minutes regaining key points equal to your proficiency bonus a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier times per long rest. Either of those are good.
I would say equal to your level would be like the one that... Oh wait, never mind. The wisdom... The proficiency bonus plus wisdom modifier one sounds like a better one.
Not proficiency bonus plus wisdom. It's proficiency bonus points per your wisdom modifier times 8 day.
Yeah, but which one sounds better in the long run?
Okay. For what most DMs do this day, the former is better. But if you're doing things the way how D&D is meant to be played, the latter works way better.
So,
because if you're meant to be having, like, 3, 4, 5, 6 fights a day, you aren't meant to have only 1 or 2 fights a day.
So this feature right here would require coordination with your DM before you pick your class.
Yes.
uh, to see, what their approach to combat is like.
Exactly. And that's why I'm like, either one of those work. It just depends on how your DM runs the game. Because of like...
And this is where it goes into the words of communication is key.
Exactly. Next up,
and yes,
I don't know why I keep picking up my pencil.
And yes, that was in fact an unintentional pun.
Yes. Tiger Vessel Adept. Upon reaching 11th level, whenever you use your Flurry of Blows, you can forgo one of the attacks made as part of the Flurry of Blows to use one of your katas without spending ki. Okay. Point is that it's referring to these katas specifically.
Ah.
Because of note, the above ones you literally can't use that for because of the fact that the first 4 are all reactions, and the next 4 are when you're attacking.
So proactive is what these are.
Yes. Iron Fingers. When you make an unarmed attack, you can choose to make the damage piercing Big frickin' whoop!
Bruh.
Actually, that technically makes it worse. As dumb as that sounds, it is. Because of mathematically speaking, out of the 3 mundane damage types, bludgeoning's the best.
However, if we're stacking this with the the monk level features that happen at 6th level, that still ignores the resistances because it's considered magical piercing at that point.
I get that, but it's still 99 times out of 100 better to do bludgeoning than piercing damage.
Alright, because magical bludgeoning and magical slashing are the least resisted ones among the group.
Yes.
So, congratulations, level 11. You gave us an outright useless kata.
Yeah. Raging Fire. When you take the dash action or you use your Step of Wind, you can spend any amount of ki to add until the end of your turn. In addition to your next attack after moving for
1d4 additional damage for each 20 feet moved.
Okay.
This is really good on a monk because of how many feet they can move per round.
Actually, there's a bit of a problem here.
Oh.
There's only one race, race rules is written, that I can see getting a major benefit out of this.
Tabaxi.
Correct.
It's always the Tabaxi. Hey, when it comes to monks. It's the Tabaxi. Tabaxis. It's always Tabaxi.
And bear in mind that you could only do it every other turn, but still, that is the only way that feature would be useful. And again, it depends on because of the way this is worded, I don't know if this stacks with, say it with me.
What is it?
The upsized weapon rules.
Ah, okay.
Because if it does, then that actually further buffs Tabaxi Monk. Because if technically, oh boy, that'd be let's just say you spent 2 key points on this. That's 8d4 damage at base. Since I believe that means your speed would be 160 feet.
What the hell?
Because if your speed is doubled every time you do not take the attack action. Tabaxi. Yep. So, and then if you were upsized, that 8d4, if it does follow weapon upsize rules, that means you'd be dealing an additional 16d4 damage from that.
Oh my.
It's irony that the features you aren't looking at are the ones that end up being the most powerful. You peaked your mic so badly there, I have no idea what you said.
Raging fire!
Entanglement. When you take damage from a melee attack, you can spend 1 point to force the attacker to make a dex save. On a failed save, the target attack misses, and you grapple the creature. Also, grappling in this manner causes both you and the creature to fall prone to the ground, and both to be Bruh, what?
No. Bad.
Bad tiger vessel attack. Bad.
Where's my leather belt?
I'm like, and this is an 11th level feature.
Yeah, seriously. Where? Oh wait. On second thought, even better. Where's my cheese grater paddle with holes in it?
Swimming Swallow is an action you can spend any amount of key points to make that many amounts of.
Ooh.
Huh? Huh?
Oh lordy! Oh.
This is atrocious. What?
If your enemy is ground based on that one, oh man. Oh. Oh.
No, this is atrocious.
How?
What are the first 3 words in that sentence?
Oh. As an action.
As an action. Not as a bonus action. Not as a free action. Not as a reaction. As an action.
Meaning?
And meaning you're giving up your attack action for the round.
Oh. Yikes.
Which also means you're giving up your flurry of blows.
So probably, to clarify this one, we should make this a reaction instead.
If it's a reaction, you have to put in what the Oh! Hello, Lord You! Welcome! Sorry, I just noticed you here.
Hello there!
You have to put what the reaction trigger is.
Okay, then what about a free action?
That can work. My problem is, if it's a free action, sure, that stacks on top of your normal thing, but because of all it's doing is letting you hit more times, unless it has an additional effect, it doesn't help. Also, fair enough. You're a simple man. You saw it, you clicked, you're here.
Still, if this stacks with the upsized weapons rule, and it's a ground-based enemy, ooh, that's delicious.
Here's my problem. Ironbreaker and Raging Fire are still better.
Unfortunately.
If this stated that, like, each one of these also procced Fury of Blows, okay, Lorgu, one, there's a link to my Discord below, and if you type !Discord, you link to !Discord in the chat, it will link you my Discord, which will let you go ahead and submit stuff directly to me.
Exactly, so feel free to come on in, bring in some homebrew, and see what he thinks of it.
Yeah, I do most of my social interaction through Discord. If you pay attention, that's what this is coming from. Ah, I did not want to do it. Oh no! No!
Oh my god!
No!
No! That was the best impression I could do for the Vader's version of no.
Do you not Oh, did you join the Discord? Oh, welcome!
Welcome,
No, what?
friend.
Hello, Lord, you welcome!
Yeah,
I would appreciate...
welcome. Welcome, stranger.
Hello, Kate, welcome!
I don't know why Lord Yu's profile picture on Discord seems a little familiar to me in terms of anime. I don't know what it's from.
Fair enough. No, you submit it directly to me through DM.
Yep.
Though, you kinda need to be patient with me, because of I don't go to the next thing until the previous thing's done.
Right.
But, Kate, welcome! My name is the James of the Games, I'm here with Berserker Bahamut,
Hello.
and we're going through some homebrew, and going ahead and me rating it, telling what's good, what's bad, what needs completely altered, etc. But for Swimming Swallow here, you need to either, like, say that every attack can trigger the natural bonus action attack of a monk at a bare minimum, because of, like, otherwise you aren't even doing that much in the grand scheme of things, because of literally all you're doing is,
In the grand
like,
scheme of things?
yeah, you're doing damage then now, and it's costing you more to do it.
For some reason I can't even hear anything.
Huh?
Oh, there we go. So you said in the grand scheme of things? Because you kind of cut off something.
In the grand scheme of things, you're doing damage then now at a worse rate. Because remember, you can use one key point as a bonus action to do 2 unarmed attacks.
Ah. And
here, you're just making one key point equals one unarmed attack as your main action.
Yep.
So that's worse. Tiger Vessel Master. You also gain access to a secret kata technique, Demon's Bane. Bone Binding is a bonus action. You can spend 2 key points to regain a number of HP. You can spend... No. That's bad.
Bad Tiger Vessel Master.
I'm like, that's not worth it as a 17th level feature. Also, sir, okay, one, it is adding your monk level, but still that's 1d12 plus your monk level. So that's a d12 plus 17, average of 23. Is that okay, health? Sure, but not worth 2 key points. No, it's a d10 plus 17.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Earth Shrinking. On your turn, you can spend 4 key points to force all creatures that can see you within 30 feet to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, you are considered invisible to that creature until you make an attack or cast a spell.
Huh.
That's
Weird.
weird. This isn't a class. This is a homebrew monk subclass.
Yep. Based on Kengan
This is-
Ashura.
Yeah, this is literally a monk. This is a monk subclass. Oh, homebrewing subclasses. All you have to really know is you have to know the main class that you're going over, and seeing how well it does for that class. The problem with Earth Shrinking here is that this is 4 key points at level 17, meaning you can realistically do it 4 times. And it only does something on a failed save.
A wisdom save, mind you.
Wisdom save is good, but there's still a chance for the enemy to succeed, 1. 2, and then at that point an enemy can use a legendary resistance.
I'm looking
3.
at you, Tarask.
Oh no, it doesn't even need to be a Tarask. It can be like a Lich. It can be a dragon.
Crap. Okay. Redirection Kata Marionette.
Thank you, Lord You, for following!
Thank you. Come again.
Marionette, when you're reduced to 0 HP, you can spend 3 key points to be reduced to 1 instead.
Oh, that's bad.
Why are you giving this a barbarian feature but worse?
Exactly. Bad Tiger Master. Bad. That's it. Hey, they don't just deserve the cheese grater with hose paddle. Oh no. They deserve worse.
Yes.
Much worse. I'm talking Rose Thorn Whip with barbed wire.
Tiger's theme. What? Where are you reading Tiger's theme?
Oh, water caught a water mirror.
When you're grappled or restrained, you can way of the tiger vessel.
Can spend 3 key points and instantly break out of the.
I don't see this anywhere. Way of the Tiger Vessel is the name of the monk subclass here.
Spend 3 key points and instantly break out of the grapple and make a grapple attack against the same opponent as you are freed.
That's not worth 3 key points! How is every single 17th level feature here bad?
Finally, Secret Kata,
Demon's Bane.
Demon's Bane. The ultimate technique that the Nico style has, utilizing every single kata into a singular strike. When you would take damage from a
melee attack, you can spend
6 points to make an attack roll against the attacking creature with advantage. On a hit, the enemy takes your unarmed strike damage, the damage that would have been done to you, a 5d8 additional and 5d8 additional bludgeoning damage. In addition, a larger, smaller creature is also knocked 10 feet back.
Okay. That is actually an interesting capstone. My problem is that
So many other things were just bad.
And on top of that,
it requires a melee attack.
Yes! That's the problem here. It requires you to take damage from a melee attack at level 17!
Do they have any idea how many enemies by that point are not using melee?
Exactly!
Yes, this would...
And it's still overcosted.
Beth, that would make that a 3 key point thing, or maybe even, oh yeah, 3.
I would still probably make that 3.
Yeah, kind of like the same cost as freaking, Withering Palm of the Open Hand Monk.
Fair.
Oh wait, no, not Withering Palm, Quivering Palm. English.
Yep.
And basically this kind of feels like somewhat better, but less extreme Quivering Palm.
Quivering Palm from what?
Away the Open Hand.
Oh wait, I have it open right
Constitution
here.
save. If failed, the target gets reduced to 0. If not, takes 10d10 and necrotic damage or whatever.
But it's also still a con save, and also that this isn't as busted as you think because of this is literally power word kill. Or Finger of Death, I forget which.
Right. Anyway, I think the verdict on this one was trying a little too hard to fit with the setting of Kengan Ashura.
Yeah, and it doesn't do all that much.
Like, in the setting of Kengan Ashura, this could work since everybody in Kengan Ashura is specifically a martial artist.
Fair. So, you know what the verdict of that ends up being?
It's horrible in general, but it's useful under the right settings.
No.
So it's a very, very...
No. Do you know what the actual thing I was gonna say is?
What?
If you actually want to play something like this, go play Panic at the Dojo.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, that makes sense. Because if you're gonna play a martial arts themed game, yeah, go try out the system known as Panic at the Dojo.
Yeah.
Anyways, next up, the Way of the Kure, as in the Kure.
No, remember? Lord Gu actually sent me something to actually review.
Oh, right.
And I should actually just send this to you since you are...
What exactly are we going to be looking at here then?
Shadals. This...
Shadals?
Sheep goat folk mix. Fluffy and fierce, Shadals are adapted for cold and mountainous environments. This already is adorable. They're so cute!
Where is this class?
This is a race.
Where is it? I need this.
Oh no, I sent it to Lord Q on accident. Oops.
Dingus.
Derp.
Oh
Yeah!
God.
Yeah! No.
It's so cute. I want to pet it.
Yeah. They tend to foster a sense of urgency in their culture, valuing every moment and achievement. They live in tightly knit small clans or tribes, living in mountain villages built into the cliff sides, mostly made out of wood in their rule. ASI, you can increase your dex or con by 1. Interesting. Shadals acquired the ability to walk and climb as soon as they were born, being considered an adult by 6 years of age. They usually don't live more than 22. You are a humanoid, can either be small or medium. Base walking speed is 30 feet, gain a climbing speed of 15 feet. Shadals are trained in weaver's tools and to use shears before adulthood and can maintain their wool all by themselves.
Aww.
Warm and fuzzy, you can sleep on your own wool without needing a sleeping bag. Whenever you take a short rest, you regain a bonus of 2 HP for each hit dice you consume at the end of your short rest.
Aww.
Okay, that's kind of adorable.
Yeah.
Soaked wool. If you are submerged in water and in contact with a substantial amount of water for 5 minutes, you become soaked. While soaked, you have disadvantage on athletics and acrobatics checks. It takes an hour being in a dry place to de-soak, half as much if the place is heated. While soaked, you don't benefit from... Okay, that's just adorable, though it's weird to have a negative ability so soon. So I'm more interested to see what the positives are here. Fluffiness! Shadal's wool grows incredibly quickly.
It's so fluffy.
If you say they're cute, don't click on the artist.
Never mind.
What?
I'm not gonna click on the art then.
I think he said the artist.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no.
Why?
I already got a bad feeling about this.
Shadal wool grows incredibly quickly. I credited the artist, don't click it.
Stay away from the art.
Going from sheer to moderate to fluffy and lastly to being over fluff. Sheared. While in the sheared state, you have an extra 5 feet of walking speed and 10 extra feet of climb speed. You cannot benefit from warm and fuzzy and are not affected by the soaked wool feature. Moderate. While in the moderate state, you gain advantage on sleight of hand checks to conceal time. And whenever you take bludgeoning damage, you reduce it by your proficiency bonus to a minimum of 1. While in the fluffy state, you lose 5 feet of movement and 10 feet of climb speed while gain advantage on
Sleight of hand checks to conceal the small tiny
you have
objects.
resistance to bludgeoning and cold damage, and you cannot wear medium or heavy armor. Overfluffed. While in the overfluffed state, you lose 20 feet of movement and cannot benefit from having a climb speed. You have resistance to bludgeoning damage and immunity to cold damage, so you cannot use your hands or wear armor of any kind. Yarn-filled. Shadal's will continue to get fluffier unless they spend an hour with either Weaver's tool
Or a set of shears.
file download PDF document. And you cannot use your hands. Yarn-filled. Shadal's will continue to get fluffier unless they spend an hour with either Weaver's tools or a set of shears to maintain their current state of fluffiness. Or to go down a state of fluffiness and get don't have access to the tools for searing, you can use any sharp object the DM needs. These 2 hours do not count as a long rest. Up to 2 people can help you sear this way. Each one reduces time by 30 minutes to a minimum of an hour. Well, we like it mainly because of it's cute. My thing is that, honestly, this is cute, but the race doesn't actually give much outside of the roleplay potential from the wool consistently growing.
Anyways, now that that's been gone and over with,
I want to finish my actual critique on this.
fair enough. Okay, I'll shut up.
That's my first point. The second point is that you only get a 1 point increase to one of your stats. Nearly every single race, you have a primary stat go up by 2 and a secondary stat go up by 1. You don't have that here, and you actually don't have enough potential upsides to offset that. And usually ability scores, especially not having that +2 in a stat, really hurts a race. And I don't mean that to be mean, I don't mean that to be hurtful. It is just my honest opinion on how one should build a custom race. The age is fine, the creature type's fine, size is fine. The main thing here is besides the ability score increase, which should be primary score +2, secondary score +1, or if you're going by modern standards, which modern meaning the stuff that's been released within like the past year or so, it should be you can raise one ability score by 2 and a different ability score by 1. And that's because of having it be freeform literally means that the class isn't pigeonholed into any particular archetype for class. That makes sense? Otherwise, you will inevitably pigeonhole a race due to not having free-floating ability scores. The tools are interesting, but bear in mind that, like, it takes... This is the best thing I can... Oh, there's also one thing... Every class does like con, but it's mainly so that way... Oh, you want to be a wizard, but you aren't given an int bonus. This wouldn't make that good of a wizard. That's my main example I can get. Because if you'd prefer to have, like, either +2 con +1 int, or +2 int +1 con, in that instance if you were building a wizard. That's the biggest example I can give. And that's why because of literally all of the current books, all have free-floating ability scores. One thing you're missing, after the tools line, this is something I just realized. You don't have a languages line.
Oh.
Every single race has a languages line. Every race has a languages line. Ah! You don't. So, what do we speak? What do these cute little fluff balls speak? They speak in fluff!
So,
Okay, the next thing that I want to bring up is that the only other thing you have given these things that is a major benefit is this feature right here, which is the tools. Because of Warm and Fuzzy, this is more of a flavor thing. Realistically, at most tables, this will never come. The first part of this won't come up, and the second part of this literally probably will not come up unless there is a warlock in the party. And it's mainly because of the fact that, straight up, I rarely see parties take short rests unless they are put in such a situation that they are forced to take a short rest. So, this feature, I love that you have it here. I find it really touching that it's here. But it doesn't do all that much in the grand scheme of things. The only real substantive thing you've given them is the tools. And Weaver's tools is interesting, but basically, here is basically a rule of thumb. For every 2 tools or 2 languages that a race learns at startup, it is equal to getting 1 skill proficiency. And it is generally better to have skill proficiencies than tools and languages. So it'd make more sense to give them an additional, at least 1 additional tool or 1 additional language in order to compensate for the fact you aren't giving them a base skill proficiency. That makes sense? It's one of the reasons why, for example, Tabaxi is considered one of the better races to pick because of Cat's talent. They get perception and stealth right out the bat. Satyrs are considered a really good choice. I'm fine with, I'm fine with you making it flavorful. It is just a thing of, there should be a few additional proficiencies in here, adding flavor to it, mainly to make it more useful. Because of having a single tool proficiency doesn't do all that much. Unless you can... Yeah, the other options are better. It is this is flavorful. I love flavor. I'm just telling you, you can make the flavor more interesting. adding in a thing of, like, things they can use Weaver's tools for, that because of the fact that they've used Weaver's tools so long that they can do things that most people don't know how to do, that's flavorful. Heck, you can build like a little thing in here saying what they can use Weaver's tools for. Where the track is it? Where is it?
Well, Way of the Kure?
No, I'm trying to find something in the player's handbook. Here it is. Honestly, it also would make sense if they also knew how to use carpentry tools, because of the fact that if you know what you're doing, you can actually use wool in carpentry. I'm not kidding about that. If you know how to properly treat wool, it can make amazing insulation. And considering how fast these things' wools grow, straight up, it'd be amazing insulation for probably thousands of people. It's insane what you could realistically do with this. That's probably the next best tool fit that you could give to this race, honestly. Still here, Lord You? Because of most of the other ones don't fit nearly as well. That's just the next thing that, off the top of my head, that I could give it. Yeah, exactly, Lord You. And also, I will say that how Lorg? Your name is Lorg. Okay, Lorg. Lorg. Exactly. I'll also say that the way fluffiness is worded, oh, bloody Drek, then I'll never be able to get it right. The way fluffiness is worded, it's not a problem, it just is a thing of, like, keeping a time chart of how fast the wool grows. It's not a big deal. Aw. Don't worry. I have seen people that have learned English through YouTube, and they're relatively decent. I have seen way worse. Believe me. Honestly, my problem here is probably more so with how fluffiness is the fact that over-fluffed gives this downside and this downside, and the only upside you get is immunity to cold damage. Fair enough, it's supposed to be bad. This is not just a debuff, it's debilitating. That's what I'm getting at. This is worse than having a curse put on you, by the way. That's why I bring it up. The losing 5 feet of movement speed from Fluffy, that's okay. That's a minor, that's enough of a debuff that it's not really punishing. But how much of a, how debilitating overfluffed is, this is like, well, okay then. Fair enough. Though, honestly, I think that'd be more of a lore thing than the Lokatha? The Triton? Lokatha. Though, honestly, I don't think the Lokatha had that problem. Oh, you need to be submerged once every 4 hours. Fair enough. But, fair. Hopefully I have given you enough material that you can realistically have it and be like, okay, I know what to run with right now. Because of right now, I need to head back. You're very welcome. Enough. Enough. Enoughh. You art very welcome. You are very welcome. And now, 2 hours in, I finally get to my 4th piece. Thank you. Welcome to the Way of the Cure.
Way of the Kure, actually.
Fair.
Based off of
You mind doing
the Kure clan from the Kengan Ashura anime series.
Fair enough. I was more seeing if you wanted to read the flavor.
Okay, give me a moment. A man with black eyes and blue irises is surrounded by an entire group of armed warriors with swords, knives, and bows. He simply laughs at this force, wondering why they think so few men could be a threat, when suddenly his skin starts to go purple. Gigantic veins pulse on his body, and he charges at the 2 closest men with speed that didn't feel human, instantly dislocating both of their necks in a single motion. He turns to the other soldiers. They all stare in fear, warning them that not a single one can escape. Hooray! Are born different from usual people. A specifically bred society of superhumans known as the Kure, that boast increased strength, speed, and durability from intentionally finding powerful warriors to breed with and produce stronger generations for hundreds of years. they've attained a secret, powerful transformation known usually only to them, known as the Release. The subclass is based off the Kure clan and Kengan Ashura.
Fair enough.
This is about to get real spooky.
Removal. When you choose this tradition at 3rd level, you gain the ability to activate Removal, a form that unlocks the latent power locked inside your mind and muscles. The cost of 1 key to activate it, as well as 1 key at the end of each of your turns. While active, you can go into Removal, increasing your Strength, Dex, Con, and Wisdom scores by 2. This increases to 3 at 5th, 4 at 8th, 5 at 6th,
And plus 7 at 17th level.
I think they missed a number here because of the fact that it should be 5 at 11th, 6 at 14th, and 7 at 17th.
Oh. See?
Because I know there's not a number between 5 and 6. So that's a derp.
Derp. So that was supposed to be a 6, 8, 11, 17.
No, it's 3, 5, 8, 11, 14, 17. And it kind of makes sense as to why. Okay, this is interesting, but you have to remember that this is only increasing your score. There's also a problem with this. What do you think that problem is?
It's constantly burning key.
Technically, yes, but there's a different problem here.
It's just ability.
Actually, there's a third problem here.
It's just a score increase for a bit.
Two, it doesn't tell you what you need action-wise to activate it.
We're going to assume this is a bonus action like Rage.
Needs to state that.
Right.
3, and this is the big kicker here. It does not state that it can take your ability scores over 20.
Oh. Yeah, that's bad. That's very bad.
This feature needs that more than anything for it to be viable at all.
Exactly.
Because of rules as written, a human character cannot have an ability score over 20 without a feature that allows it to go over 20.
And removal would do wonders for that.
Yes.
Like,
but without that wording in there, that feature ends up dead in the water.
so if we can get the rule clarification in there, already this subclass is starting off strong.
It's okay. It doesn't get strong for that feature until it reaches that +4 at 8th level because of how ability scores and modifiers work off each other in 5e.
Right. Especially considering the fact that that +4 basically gives you an extra technically 4 to your AC since it's working with Dex and Wisdom.
Exactly.
Essentially making it so you're harder to hit. And it
Yes.
targets all of the major saving throws. Strength, Dex,
Exactly.
Constitution, and Wisdom.
You're also forgetting something that monks also get.
That would be?
At 14th level, a monk gets proficiency in every saving throw.
Oh, so meaning that this becomes even more amazing.
It takes till 14th level, but yes, but we aren't basing this off of 14th level. You mainly look at things from like 9th to 10th level and below.
Right.
But we'll get there.
Anyways.
Also at 3rd level, you gain access to taboo techniques.
Ooh.
You choose one of these techniques at 3rd, and choose another at 6, 11, and 17.
So by
There's
17,
also only
we
4
have
of them.
all these techniques.
Yeah, my problem with that is technically, when you have something like this, you're supposed to have more options than that which you can receive at the maximum level of choices you have. And it's mainly so that way, having more than one of these in a group can have multiple different loadouts. But that's not...
And already I see a problem with one of the features. Dragon's Tooth. Why would you do piercing damage?
Can strike your enemies with your fingers straight into their weak points. When you hit a creature with... No, it says to cause additional piercing damage.
Oh. But we don't do piercing damage with monk.
No, it just says additional piercing damage. The problem with Dragon's Tooth is that... Actually, no, there isn't a problem there because of it's not using a bonus action. It's part of your attack.
Yep.
So, that's not bad. But it's only 1d4 plus your wisdom. That's only... Even if you somehow have maxed out wisdom at level 4, that is an average of 7 damage, but it costs 1 key to activate. That is a terrible DPR increase.
I'll be right back. Nature's calling. Hello, nature.
Okay. Sloth Strike. You stop your opponents by striking at their legs. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can spend 1 key point to reduce its movement speed to 0 until the end of its next turn. That's not... No. Bad subclass. Lion's Bite. As an action, you can spend 1 key point to move up to your movement speed in a straight line. Each creature in your path must succeed on a Dex or Strength save, or take damage equal to your unarmed strike damage. If any creature in the area resists of your What?
What'd I miss?
Sloth Strike is also bad because of your spending a key point to do Sentinel. I'm like, no.
Lion's Bite.
Or if your path is blocked, your movement stops. Otherwise, you can end your movement at any... This isn't...
This is essentially the Charger feat, but slightly better.
Now I want to look at Charger.
Or was it Crusher? I don't remember.
Charger. If you move at least 10 feet... It's not Crusher, I know that
Okay,
much.
so it's Charger.
This isn't the same as Charger because of its 1 key point... Excuse me. This still isn't that great. Viper's Fang. Your control over key is so fine you can damage an opponent with their own natural energies. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can spend 1 key point to make a con save On a failed save, the creature is poisoned!
Viper's
When you use this...
Fang sounds pretty good.
Yeah, okay. Here's the irony. Viper's Fang, hands down, is the winner out of these four.
A winner is you, Viper's Fang.
The problem is that... okay. My thing here... I get that this is meant to be flavorful for Kengan Ashura, for the Kure clan. It'd make more sense to just have Viper's Fang and then keep buffing it over time than giving you the other ones, because of the other ones are... even if you get any of them at, like, 6th level, you'd still be using Viper's Fang. There's no reason to use the other 3. Like, ever. Like, it'd make more sense to keep buffing Viper's Fang to be like, oh, it then ignores immunity to the poison condition and changes immunity to resistance, or yada yada yada.
And then on top of that, the damage would scale higher as it goes along.
Huh?
Basically, that way you're also indirectly buffing Viper's Fang further besides from the ignoring of resistances and immunities. Because that's just a 1d4.
No, Viper's Fang is based off your unarmed attacks damage.
Oh, okay, that makes it amazing. I mean, especially as it gets buffed as it goes along.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, Dragon's Tooth does not get buffed as it goes along. Sloth Strike just reduces an enemy's movement to 0. Sure, it doesn't take a saving throw to do it, but it's still... All you're doing is you're adding on to the effect of the Sentinel of you hit an enemy with an attack, their speed becomes 0 until the end of their next turn. That's not that... You don't want a key for that. Viper's Fang is the only thing that you would want to spend a key on here.
Okay, so... let's see here. What's next? What's next? Alright.
Monstrous Reserves. At 6th level, your training with your key is paid off. You can spend an action to meditate, regaining 1d2 plus 1 key points. And use this a number of times equal to your prof bonus. And regain your uses after completing a long rest.
Bump that into a 1d6 and we're good.
The funny thing is that the previous subclass we looked at had a feature that was almost that got it level 6 that also restored I'm sorry. But also remember that for that one, the way we worded it, it was you regain key equal to your profit bonus a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier times per long rest. But it also took 10 minutes to do. This is an action.
Mm-hmm.
So, having it be a range or be lower makes sense because of it's an action.
Right.
At 11th level, you've learned to use your increased reflexes to capitalize on an enemy's mistake. Whenever a creature within 5 feet of you makes a melee attack against you and misses, you can use your reaction to make an unarmed strike against it. That's it?
Yep.
Does this make sense for a monk? Yes. Is this worth an 11th level feature? No. Do I still think it makes sense for the subclass? Yes. Is it worth an 11th level feature?
No.
No. This is something that could have been given levels earlier and still been perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the fact this... Okay, the problem with Devil's Counter is that... Oh, also, there's another problem here. It's only a melee weapon attack against you.
Oh my god. And once again, late game enemies hardly use melee.
It's not just melee attack against you. It specifically says melee weapon attack. That means melee spell attacks do not proc this. Which is even dumber for an 11th level feature. Do you see why I'm so hard on most homebrew now?
Because this one is just bad.
I love how you get so excited bringing me these things. And half the times I'm like, why is this so busted? And note, you aren't usually the cause of me being received busted things. You actually seem to find things that you just think look cool that you don't realize are underpowered.
Right.
Assassin's Fist. 17th level, you gain a new way of using your flurry of blows. When you hit a creature with 3 unarmed strikes on the same turn, you may spend 4 key points to force the target to make a con save. Failed save, the target takes the
The necrotic damage you...
That isn't worth 4 key points!
Quinn, what happened to your breeding process now? Did you just accidentally breed with someone that was super weak for some reason?
It's not that this is... First up one, it's a D4! Even if that was...
What the hell? Times what? A D4?
So, because if that means that you're spending 4 key to do 8d4 damage. No! You would have to raise that to half your monk level rounded down times 3d4 for that to mean anything, because this isn't freaking Savage Worlds. The only way that you could actually mean that that would actually do anything is if you added a section on there saying the dice explode. Sorry, is it obvious that I like Savage Worlds' exploding dice system?
What the hell is exploding dice?
It means if you roll the highest result on the dice, you roll an additional dice and you add it to the previous, and if that rolls the highest, you roll another dice and add that to the result, and so on.
Dear God. That's actually insane.
Savage Worlds is built around that mechanic, and it's honestly really fun because if you don't have stalemates in Savage Worlds, because of all it takes in Savage Worlds is one lucky hit for the peasant to take down the dragon. I'm not kidding with that statement. Savage Worlds is a system that if 1,000 peasants tried attacking a dragon, you're almost guaranteed that one of them is going to roll an attack strong enough to kill it.
So unfortunately, the Kure clan kind of bred with someone weak and made this a weak subclass.
It's not just that they made it weak, it's that literally the only two things that are really powering this are removal and Viper's Fang. That's it.
Okay. So, what's the verdict?
Yeah, this is easily by far the weakest of the 3 subclasses you've shown me for Monk. Ironically, the first one, I should honestly have these out side by side. And I don't really need this open right now.
Anyways, on to the first of our World of Warcraft classes. The
Fair
Demon
enough,
Hunter.
but it's irony, because if you gave me Ogre, then Tiger Vessel, then Cure, I would say by far is the worst of the 3. Even with the suggestions I gave, it'd be the worst of the 3.
Ogre's probably the best.
Ogre's by far the best, solely from power of imagination. Hands down.
And then the other edits you made just would have made it even better.
It's not that it would made it infinitely better. It just, there were some things that really needed better worded. And that's a thing with nearly every homebrew, is that wording, for most people that homebrew, they know how specific mechanics work, but they don't know every mechanic interaction, so they don't realize that if they leave out certain wording, they can break a system. Or just like, it leaves a rule, a dangling rule thing that it's like, well, how the funk does this interact with each other?
Also, I think I just spotted a little weird something about the Demon Hunter class for when we get to it. It's sort of like a hybrid of Barbarian and Monk mixed together. With a hint, with a sprinkle of Druid, maybe.
Alright.
Oh, I'm gonna
link.
love I'm gonna love reading the flavor text of this, because you are not prepared.
Save. No.
Just tell me when to start reading and I'll get to it. Because there's 3 sections of flavor text.
Okay.
Just tell me when to start and I'll get it.
Here we go, view. Shut up, Adobe Acrobat!
Okay. Let me guess. Read.
Yes. 2-page view. There we go.
A lone night elf clutching a pair of curved blades pierce the ground as enemies surround him on all sides, before leaping backwards over the heads of his enemies, swinging his sword at one of them in the process. A blood elf sprints it to the distant aid of her allies, a pair of heavy war glaives in her hands. She releases the fell within, leaving a trail of fire in her path as she rushes at inhumane speed to their aid to jump to the nearest enemy. A heavily built human, standing afar as his allies engage a massive demon. In 2 swift motions, he effortlessly swings his warglaive through the air at the demon, making deep gouges in its hide before returning to his firm grasp. These hunters have sworn their life to a sacred cause. Although their motivation may vary, demon hunters are one of Azeroth's most fearless defenders. These agile hunters carry exceptional skill against the foe they face. They wield both superhuman strength and the devastating effects of fell magic, carrying out both with extreme precision. Feared and revered. Society often shuns demon hunters. Most don't understand the sacrifice that they make. Therefore, many choose to become outcasts from their societies. Eyes are commonly turned at them when they wade through towns. Most distrust and fear them for what they have become. Even though most of the world is untrusting of demon hunters, it matters not to the hunters themselves, because they are protectors of the common folk against the threat of the Burning Legion. They are not righteous like paladins that fight for the holy light, or selfless like some rogues and warriors. They are the force that battles evil, and although shunned by society, their aid is appreciated by experienced fighters. Power granted for a price. Demon hunters are not trained like warriors are. They are created. It is a harsh and incurable process, leaving scars on the individual that will never heal. Most who attempt to undergo the rites to become a demon hunter end up dying from the horrors of what now possess them, or kills themselves because of what they have seen. At the very core of becoming a demon hunter is the consumption of a demon's soul in a ceremony, forever binding it to the demon hunter and suppressing it. Forever binding the soul and suppressing it from taking control. The magical inscriptions on the hunter's skin, used with spell. Finishing the binding of the soul to the demon hunter by burning out their eyes with a magically imbued blade, forever binding the chaotic soul of the demon to the hunter. Other processes are done to create a demon hunter, slowly creating a demon hunter by removing much of who they were in their past lives. Basically the epitome of a tragic hero kind of character. Or a misunderstood.
I have the hiccups.
Or a misunderstood.
I haven't had the hiccups in like 15 years. What the heck?
Or they could be considered the anti-hero kind of character.
So nothing that I could reasonably play. Got it. FYI, I'm a goody two-shoes, and I literally have such a problem lying that people know me for what is known as brutal honesty. I will tell you the truth and nothing but the truth, even if it hurts you to hear it.
To be fair though, basically, demon hunters are either tragic heroes or anti-heroes, depending on what kind of character you want to play. They're just the misunderstood person of the group.
Fair enough. Hit points, 1d8 per level. Proficiencies, No armor, simple martial and warglaives. Good thing you specified that, because otherwise I'm like, what the dreck is a warglaive? Saving throws, Dex and Int. Interesting choice. Choose 2 from Acrobatics, Arcana, Athletics, Insight, Intimidation, Investigation, Stealth, and Survival. Also interesting list. 2 warglaives, 2 scimitars, 2 hand axes, and a Dungeoneer's pack or an Explorer's pack. And I cannot see the name of this skill because of our names are covering it.
What?
Illidar Initiation.
Illidarian Initiation.
You're an Illidari Initiate, having survived the root... Spelling!
Having survived the...
It says Rutless! Do they not realize how bad that sounds?
Exactly.
Of the Illidarian having received training that would have killed lesser beings. Grants you the following benefits. While not wearing armor, your AC is 11 plus Dex plus Con. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be 10 plus Dex plus Con.
To be fair, you had to undergo being possessed. How, bind into a demon soul to do this. That's being suppressed within your own body.
Okay, fair. Your first turn in combat, you have advantage on attack rolls against creatures that have yet to act. Ooh. If this gets a subclass that goes ahead and works off that, this can be very interesting already. You may treat melee weapons that do not have the heavy or two-handed properties if they had the finesse and light properties in addition to other properties. Ooh. Okay. I've made something called the 5E Weapons Overhaul. And this is something I don't share out openly. I usually only share it to people that have joined my games. But using the Weapons Overhaul, which is literally a combination of two different books on weapons for 5e, one of which is called Revised Martial Equipment, that makes that really good.
Indeed.
Rules is written, though, that is kinda useless.
But if we use your overhaul stuff, oh boy.
Yes, that makes that really nice. Really nice.
Also, I kind of had to step outside because my grandpa made the TV way too loud.
That's fine. When you have a survival check to track demons or an int check to recall information about them, you double your prof bonus for the check if it is added. You can speak, read, and write Infernal.
Ooh. Spectral Sight. You've ritually blinded yourself, infusing your eye sockets with magic, giving you yourself a new sight. You can see normally in both normal and magical darkness within 60 feet of you. You are able to discern the colors in darkness. Additionally, you are immune to the blinded condition.
Okay! That last line there is actually the best part of that.
And seeing in magical darkness is a big deal depending on what you're dealing with. Especially if this is a demon slaying campaign that you're dealing with. Oh boy!
magical darkness is not that big of a deal if in the bigger scheme of things, since even most demons ironically don't have devil sight.
Also, at 7th level, you can hone your spectral sight to the flow of magic around you. You are able to cast the detect magic spell will without the need for the components of the spell.
That's useful, mainly because of it takes less pressure off your mages.
Next up, Fel. It's basically Key-like for Monk. Starting at 2nd level, you are able to draw from the chaotic Fel dormant within you. Your access to this chaotic force is represented by a number of Fel points. Your Demon Hunter level determines the number of points you have, as shown in the Fel point column of the Demon Hunter table. You can spend these points to fuel various features. You start by knowing 3 such features: Demon's Bite, Empower Wards, and Momentum. You learn more Fel features as you gain levels in this class. When you spend a Fel point, it is unavailable until you finish a short or long rest, at the end of which you replenish all of your expended Fel energy. Oh, that's good. It's really good.
You get basically Fel points equal to your level.
Yep. And you can replenish them all on a short rest. Or a long rest, for that matter.
It's the same as a monk's key.
They only get back on a long rest, though, I believe.
Nope, monks can get their key back on a short rest.
Some Fel features require your target to make a saving throw to resist the feature's effects. Saving throw DC is calculated as follows: 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your constitution modifier. Why wouldn't it use intelligence, considering that'd be one of your if you're gonna lean in? Oh,
your 2 mods are Dex and Con.
Yeah.
It's mainly that you own a class normally only gets 1 major saving throw, and they decided to give this class Dex and not Con.
Yeah, they gave it in Dex and Intelligence.
You have to think here.
And
out of strength, int, and charisma, which of the 3 minor saves would probably fit the best?
Dex.
I said minor, strength, int, and charisma.
Because
you just answered your own question.
And this Demon's Bite is basically Flurry of Blows. Empower Wards. Whenever you make an Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma saving throw, you can spend 1 Fel point as a reaction to also add your Constitution modifier to the roll. Ooh. I like that. I like that a lot. Especially helps if you're lacking in those certain stats.
Yes it is.
Momentum. You can spend a Fel point to take the disengage or dash action on a bonus action. Not paying attention to the jump distance. No.
Basically, it is Flurry of Blows or Step of Wind.
Yep. Next up, Metamorphosis. Starting at 2nd level, you can call forth your inner demon. As a bonus action, you can enter your demon form. While in your demon form, you gain the following benefits. You gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your Demon Hunter level, plus your Constitution modifier. Advantage on intimidation checks. X. When you make a weapon attack, you deal fire damage. Yeah. If we can somehow make it so that, a Demon Hunter's, fire damage, but ignore resistance and immunities, that'd be good.
We haven't read the entire class yet. It may hit that.
There's no fire damage that increases as you gain levels, as shown in the Metamorph damage column of the Demon Hunter table. When you make your first weapon attack on a turn, you can choose to gain advantage on all weapon attacks until the start of your next turn.
It's reckless attack.
If you, oh, wait. They don't waste a slot for reckless attack like Barbarian? Well, how about that? And it gets an earlier extra movement than Barbarian. Nice.
Okay. There is one thing you have to notice here. You don't gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing
Yeah,
damage.
that's a big one.
And honestly, because of that, I don't mind you getting the other stuff, getting the additional movement earlier, because of the resistance to the 3 most common damage types in the game is such a big thing that literally it offsets itself.
Next up, your metamorphosis lasts for a minute. It ends earlier if you are knocked unconscious, and you can also end it earlier as a bonus action. You can also use this feature a number of times equal to the number shown on the metamorphosis column of the Demon Hunter table. So at around, if you even get to that point, level 17, you can only use that, 5 times.
Yeah.
Ugh.
It's the same amount as a barbarian.
I thought Barbarian... Oh, wait, they get 5 uses until level 20, then it's unlimited.
Yep.
Next up, Demonic Mark.
Well, actually, a barbarian gets 6 at level 17. This gets 5.
Yeah, but this is sounding almost as good.
It is a different flavor, albeit I don't like the whole fact that you're infusing yourself with a demon.
I mean, they're demon hunters. You have to fight fire with fire. And technically, you're trapping a demon within yourself, thus, decreasing the problem of demons and in the short term, because you're hunting them down.
I'd rather not get into that whole bucket of worms right now. We're here to judge a class.
Fair enough. At third level, the demonic soul within you manifests and shapes the way you hunt and eradicate demons. Choose the Mark of Havoc or the Mark of Vengeance. Both detailed at the
ability score improvement is same as usual.
Glide. Beginning in 4th level, you can spend 1 fell point and use your reaction when you fall to cast the Feather Fall spell. Additionally, whenever you would take damage from falling, reduce that damage by an amount equal to your Constitution modifier, minimum of 1. You got Feather Fall though. Why would you need that last part? And
it takes 1 fell point to use it.
Okay.
You still only have a number of fell points equal to your level, so you cannot use it infinitely.
So next up, extra attack. Beginning in 5th level, you can attack twice, to once. Yes, I know. This is how.
This is how martials work. We hit things.
Instinctive hunger. Additionally, at 5th level, when a creature ends their turn within 15 feet of you, you can use a reaction to move up to half your speed closer to the creature. Moving in this way does not provoke opportunity attacks. And you have advantage on the first attack you make against that creature before the end of your next turn.
Okay, that actually makes it useful. Thankfully, this doesn't cost a fell point.
It does not actually. And
if it costed a fell point, this would be, like, really bad.
Next up, evasion. At 7th level, yes, same thing.
This is evasion! We know what it does!
Next up, demonic reserves. Beginning at 9th level, you are able to channel more Fel from the Nether. Whenever you roll initiative, you gain a number of fell points up to your Constitution modifier. Replenishing resources!
Yes. Here's my weird thing, though.
And if your Constitution
This is an
modifier...
earlier resource replenishment than any other class gets it.
Yep. And by this point, that's
By a
over...
substantial margin, mind you.
What? And on top of that, by level 9, that if you have your Constitution modifier maxed out, that's over half your fell points in replenish.
Yeah, which
Every
the
time you
weird
get to
thing
a
here
fight-
is more so that
So this one...
that actually makes this better than Monk
Oh.
without any question.
Next up, the improved demonic form. At level 11, you gain better control over your demon form, allowing you to pull more power from the fell to fuel your strength. Your metamorphosis gains the following benefits: resistance to fire and necrotic damage, and immune to frightened.
It's a little buff. It's not terrible. It's not amazing.
But it's nice.
Yes.
Next up, Infernal Resilience. At 13th level, your link to the fell has strengthened your resolve, gaining an extra proficiency. We gain proficiency in combat.
It's a saving throw proficiency,
A
mind you.
major saving throw proficiency. Additionally, whenever you take damage, you can expend 1 fell point and use your reaction to reduce the triggering damage by an amount equal to your proficiency bonus. And you lost me.
Yeah, that part's not that.
But hey,
Interesting.
proficiency in con save, which is a major save in the game.
Yes.
Demonic Consumption. Beginning at 14th level, you are able to empower yourself whenever a foe is slain. Whenever any hostile creature within 10 feet of you is reduced to 0 hit points while you are in demonic form, your metamorph damage bonus is increased by 1 for the remainder of your demon form's duration. This bonus stacks. Though you no longer benefit from this feature once your metamorph damage bonus has been doubled.
Wait, what?
So if you're in a big old combat and there's like, say 20 enemies or so, right? You basically, by some point you'd have like, by this point...
The one problem. Your metamorph damage bonus isn't that big.
I know.
And it stops if the bonus is double.
Yep. I would have gone for triple.
That's pitiful DPR
That
increase
would be.
for that
I
level.
would have gone for triple. Hell, even quadruple.
The problem is that it still requires you to be in Metamorphosis, which only lasts a minute, and the enemy has to be within 10 feet of you when it drops to 0 HP. There's so many stipulations on this that it is nigh impossible to make this good.
Next up, Enshrouding Darkness. Starting at 15th level, you are able to call upon magical darkness to protect you and your allies. Whenever you or a creature you can see within 15 feet of you takes damage, you can spend 4 spell points and use a reaction to surround yourself with a cloud of darkness until the start of your next turn. Damage dealt to you and your creature is close within 15 feet of you, including the trigger, and damage is reduced by an amount. It's magical darkness. It does more than that.
Yeah, it anything that can't see in the cloud automatically adds disadvantage on all attack rolls. The problem is that
that same thing applies to your party.
Exactly. And this is why you don't cast darkness if the rest of your party can't see in it.
Whereas I'm the only one who can, if the party composition's wrong.
Exactly. So this is also, wow, 2 for 2 bad high-level features.
Next up, revealing gaze. At 18th level, you can concentrate Fel into your charred eyes to reveal the truth of the world around you. As an action, you can spend 3 Fel points to gain the benefits of the true seeing spells for a minute.
I'm literally re-looking this up because I'm pretty sure that's not that useful.
And finally, terrifying transformation. Starting at 20th level, you've mastered your control over the Fel. Your demon form gains the following benefits. An extra 2 bonus to your AC. At the start of each of your turns, you regenerate 2 Fel points. When you take the attack action, you can make 1 additional attack as part of that action. Oh, that means 5 attacks per round.
No, 3.
I meant counting as, the other feature.
Oh, the bite?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that would be 5.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
next. And now to go over
The last 4 features are a big letdown from everything that came before it.
Yeah, it was going strong up until that point.
Yes, the last 4 features really kind of shot themselves in the foot.
So let's see how these subclasses make up for it. Mark of Havoc. Chaos Strike. Oh wait, right, I gotta read the subtext. Mark of Havoc. These hunters are masters of fast and destructive combat maneuvers. They sow chaos and ruin across the battlefields. They fight in and earn the fear of their opponents. Chaos Strike. Beginning when you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you have learned to infuse your attacks with Fel energy. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with an attack while in demon form, your metamorph damage bonus is dealt to the target and creatures of your choice within 5 feet of you. Fel Rush. Additionally, at 3rd level, you learn to move with blinding speed and fury. An additional movement speed increase of 10 feet. And when you reduce a creature to 0 hit points, you can move up to half your speed towards a hostile creature. In addition, whenever you spend a Fel point in the Momentum Fel feature, you gain the benefits of both the dodge and disengage actions. Ooh.
That last part's useful, but all the rest of this, even the movement speed, is meh.
Blade Dance. Starting at 6th level, you can strike out in a rapid series of attacks against foes within your reach. When you make a weapon attack, melee weapon attack, you spend 2 Fel points to cause the attack to hit any creature within your reach. While you're in demon form, this attack has an additional 5 feet of reach and scores a crit on roll of 19 or 20 on the attack roll.
Okay. Why is this worded like this?
I don't know. Anyway.
The word any in that first paragraph makes this completely and utterly awful.
Oh, right. Friendly fire.
No, it's not due to friendly fire. It's not saying that you hit every enemy within your reach. It's saying you can hit any enemy within your reach.
It should have said every...
Which makes no bloody
So
sense!
just with that one word, this feature would have been significantly more useful.
If that one word changed to
Every enemy
all
creature.
creatures in your reach, sure, that has friendly fire, but that means it's an AoE. Otherwise, this does nothing besides give you the crit bonus. Nothing. Sorry. Did you just have a moment of like an, oh, he's right. Bahamut, come back to me. Oh no, did his phone die? Did he die? Muted. Oh, I'm guessing he got a call. I-beam. Beginning at 10th level, you can focus your sight and fire a beam of pure fell fire. It's the fell fire. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. Fellfire. As an action, you create a 5-foot wide line extending 10 feet from you. Any creatures within the slime must make a dex save. A creature takes fire damage equal to 2d10 plus your demon hunter level on a failed save or half as much damage as expected. While you are in your demon form, the line extends an additional 5 feet. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish the short or long rest, unless you spend 5 fail points to use it again.
This is awful for a 10th level feature.
Oh, trust me, Chaos Nova is even worse. At 17th level, you're able to explode the disruptive magic whenever you enter demon form. Whenever you enter Metamorphosis, you can spend 3 spell points and release a burst of chaotic energy around you. Creatures within 10 feet of you must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or be stunned until the end of their next turn.
If this was the 10th level feature, this would be amazing! If this was the 6th level feature, this would be amazing! But at 17th level, it's too little too late!
Okay, let's hope the Mark of Vengeance does better. These hunters choose to master fell sigils and incantations. They use the fell to harden their bodies, cause agony, and control the battlefield. Now let's hope my freaking grandpa turns down his freaking TV so I can go back inside and not be eaten up by darn bugs. I swear, he had a bad habit of turning up obnoxiously loud just because he can't hear.
Let me guess, he doesn't have hearing aids.
What? Darn door, good.
Okay.
Door's locked. It's closed. All yours. I'm going up.
Okay.
I don't trust you.
Give me a moment.
You work for Dallas. I'm not going to risk you losing those stones.
Okay, where the... There it is.
Plating. Beginning when you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you grow scales, allowing you to start off even the heaviest of blows. Your HP maximum increases by 3, increases by 1 whenever you gain a level in this class. Additionally, when you take your Metamorphosis, you gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. There's that feature from Barbarian you were missing.
There you go. Alright, this is starting off a little good.
At 3rd level, you are able to provoke violence from those around you with is a bonus action while in Metamorphosis. You attempt to provoke a creature you can see within 30 feet of you. Target must succeed on a wisdom save or have disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you until the start of your next turn. Okay.
Interesting.
This needs way more stipulations put on it because of there's a couple of things you should notice are missing here.
Okay.
No, I'm asking you to name what they are.
I don't know what they are.
Do you see a limitation on this?
No.
Do you see a number of times per day on this?
No.
Do you see that if a target succeeds on this, they are immune to the effects of this?
Nope.
My point exactly.
Oh, okay. So this is already starting off significantly stronger than Mark of Havoc.
Well, yes. It's also getting 3 features at 3rd level instead of 2 for some reason.
Okay, let's see what that 3rd feature is. You can invoke your demonic power to leap raise distances at 3rd level. As a bonus action, you can spend 1 spell point and leap to an unoccupied space within range of your movement. Creatures within 5 feet of where you land take fire damage equal to your con modifier. While you're in your demon form, creatures within 5 feet where you land take additional fire damage equal to your metamorph damage bonus. Early game, this is decent. And at level 3, late game, once enemies start becoming immune or flat out resistant or flat out immune to fire, this sucks.
Yeah, but it's also a thing of there are a lot of features that are that way at high levels.
Spell Sigil. At 6th level, you gain mastery over demonic sigils. You learn Sigil of Flame and Sigil of Chains. Whenever a creature fails their saving throw to resist one of your sigils, you regain an expended spell point. You will learn the Sigil of Silence at 10th level and the Sigil of Bloodletting at 17th level. You may use a number of these sigils equal to your con modifier. When you finish a long rest, you regain all expended uses. We don't even know what the oh, they're covered in the next column.
Yeah, they're in the next column, you dork.
Immolation Aura. Beginning at...
Oh, great. Don't remind me of her.
What?
It's a joke to a game that is on my can never be saved list called Luminous Arc. Because of one of the characters in that, I believe her name was Vanessa, was called the Witch of Immolation.
Beginning at 10th level, you're able to wreathe yourself in demonic flames. With a bonus action, you can burst into fell flames for a number of rounds equal to your con modifier. While you are surrounded by these flames, any creature you deal fire damage to becomes branded by fell fire until the start of your next turn. Whenever a branded creature deals damage to you with an attack, that damage is reduced by an amount equal to your proficiency bonus. A 10th level creature only reduces damage by that much? Really? Once you use this feature...
I think the sigils are more so what the big thing you got out of it.
Once you use this feature, you cannot use it again until you finish a short or long rest unless you spend 5 spell points to use it again?
Bear in mind that the other 10th level feature also had that dumb stipulation.
Okay, let's see the... Alright, we should probably cover the talents first.
The problem is that...
Or should we go over the level 7 capstone and the sigils?
Yeah.
Unnatural Malice. At 17th level, you're able to harness your demonic powers to bolster your strength. While in demon form, damage you take is reduced by an amount equal to the number of hostile creatures within 5 feet. Any demons within 5 feet of you are counted twice. Additionally, once per turn when you make an attack, as you cause the attack to hit every... That needs to be changed to every creature within your reach.
Yeah, that's my point! They keep using the word any instead of every, and they make it substantially worse due to that.
Now, for the sigils. The Sigil of Flame as an action. You can mark a point you can see within 30 feet of you with a spell sigil. This sigil has a 10-foot radius. Creatures within the sigil must make a dex save or take fire damage equal to 1d8 plus your demon hunter level, or half as much on a successful saving throw. While you're in demon form, the sigil's radius increases by 10 feet. And you add your metamorph damage bonus to the damage it deals. Okay, early game, this is... Well, it's part of the 6th level thing, so... Early game, this can be pretty situational if the enemy is vulnerable to fire damage. Like...
Well, isn't immune to it, is more so the thing.
Right.
Okay. This is actually weird because of the way this is written. I'm pretty sure this is missing a line to it. Can you fathom a guess what the line is?
I'm guessing the limits. Oh wait, we have that with the Fell Sigil speech.
Yes.
We have that
it's
with the Fell Sigil.
It's a different thing related to that.
Then what?
The sigil stays in place for 1 minute.
Oh. Right. Next up, the sigil...
I don't think you realize how big of a thing that is.
Okay. Otherwise...
Because if it doesn't have that, that means it shows up for that round and disappears at the start of your next round.
Dang. Okay, next up...
That's kind of my point. If it doesn't have that stipulation on it, well, the problem is that if it doesn't last for a minute, if it would last for a minute, that actually makes the regaining 1 expended fell point kind of busted. So, fair enough, developer.
The Sigil of Chains. As an action, you can mark a point you can see within 30 feet with a Fell Sigil. The Sigil has again 10-foot radius. Creatures with a strength saving throw or become restrained by Fell Chains. A creature cannot take reactions while restrained in this way. A creature can use their action to make an athletics or acrobatics check to free themselves. While you are in demon form, creatures who fail their saving throw also take necrotic damage equal to your demon hunter level. Interesting.
Restrained is a relatively good status condition to inflict.
The problem is the strength save.
Doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, because of this is interesting. This does not put a limit on the size category of creature this can affect.
Oh, you're right.
So, this is actually a lot better than you think it is.
Next up, the Sigil of Silence. When you see a creature casting a spell within 30 feet of you, you can use your reaction to place a sigil under their feet. The targeted creatures your choice within 10 feet of them must then succeed on a con save or take necrotic damage equal to your demon hunter level and become silenced until the start of your next turn. Very good against caster enemies.
Yes.
Very good, because a lot of spells require verbal components.
Yes. Actually, it doesn't say verbal components. This just says when you see a creature. This means you can actually use this on someone that you can't hear that you see casting the spell.
And if you can't hear, the spell won't affect you.
No. I saying that because of technically, there are a couple of spells that don't have verbal components, but it's more so that you're preventing a lot of things from being used, even if they try and bypass that. So, like, I have a big homebrew drive, and one of the things in the homebrew drive is a feat that's called, like, I keep wanting to say dissonant whispers, but that's not the correct term. Oh no, it's internal whispers. And it lets them basically not have to... It doesn't completely ignore the verbal components of a spell, but it makes it so that they're near silent.
And finally, the Sigil of Bloodletting. As an action... Oh, an action.
If you've noticed, 3 of these require an action.
You can make a point you can see within 30 feet with a feet L sigil. The sigil has a 15-foot radius. Creatures within the sigil must make a con save. A creature takes necrotic damage equal to your demon hunter level on a failed save, or half as much on a success. A creature who fails their saving throw is also marked for bloodletting until the end of your next turn. When a marked creature takes damage, they take additional necrotic damage equal to your demon constitution modifier. While you are in demon marked creatures are vulnerable to damage you deal. There it is! That's what we were looking for!
You were waiting for something like that, weren't you?
Yes! Thank you, Sigil of Bloodletting. You made this class worth it despite its commonly resistant and immune damage types.
Yes. Anyways, okay, this actually annoys me. That there isn't a thing for talents in the main body of the document. Meh!
Now let's see what the talents do. The Will of the Illidari. When you have temporary hit points from... Oh, this is where we get our customization aside from the subclasses.
Yeah, but you only get 3 of these.
Right.
Bear that in mind.
The Will of the Illidari. When you have temporary hit points from your Metamorphosis feature, you gain the benefits of the Bless spell. Bless on a demon form. Huh?
Never underestimate the power of Bless.
Blessed on a demon form, though. What?
You do actually realize that there's certain demons that actually know the Bless spell, right?
Oh my goodness, why? It makes no sense.
That's life! That's life! That's what all the people say!
Okay, next. The Demonic Blades. Prerequisite, you need to be 5th level with the Mark of Havoc subclass. During the first round of combat, your Chaos Strike feature deals an additional 2d8 damage, fire damage.
Pointless.
Because Mark of Havoc is just pathetic.
Well, it's not just that it's pathetic. It's that it's only adding 2d8 damage to it. It's meh.
Next up, Fell Scales. When you are missed by an attack, you regain an expended Fell point. You can only gain the benefit of this talent once between each of your turns. So
That's honestly not bad. Mainly just because of how high the AC of this class can potentially go.
So you can choose between the universe. If you're going for a vengeance build here, you can go for the universal or the subclass exclusives. Anyways, basically, that's how this is being chosen. If, say, for example, you choose Mark of Vengeance, you can choose to mix and match between Universal and Vengeance, or pick all the Mark of Vengeance exclusive talents.
Fair enough. Okay.
Anyways, Unrestrained Fury. While you are below your half your hit point maximum, you make attack rolls and saving throws with advantage and reduce the fell points you must spend on features and abilities by 1 to a minimum of 0.
Okay, that's kind of insane.
I like it. That's literally Illidan on crack right there. You are not prepared. The Trail of Ruin. Here's the another Mark of Havoc talent. When you use your Blade Dance feature and hit at least 2 creatures, you gain temporary hit points equal to the total damage dealt by the feature. This doesn't stack though, so it's pointless.
What do you mean it doesn't stack?
Remember the temporary hit points don't stack?
You always take the highest source of temp HP you have at a given time.
Temp HP equal to the total damage dealt by this feature. Oh. Okay, this actually sounds nice if you're tanky, if you hit hard enough.
Yes, that's the problem here, is that this... Okay.
Whoa.
Havoc was trying to be offensive, but they don't have enough oomph to be offensive.
Next up, and while you have these these temporary hit points, rally a creature that hits you with a melee attack takes fire damage only equal to your proficiency bonus.
Yeah, that's mediocre.
You have
Revel in Pain!
Mark of Vengeance. Whenever a creature fails their saving throw against one of your sisters, we gain regeneration equal to our con modifiers if they fail on our sigils. Tanky.
That's honestly pretty good.
That is really good, because that's on average. Basically, that's a guaranteed, if you have your con modifier maxed out, that's a guaranteed 5 HP regen 5 HP regen every fail.
And remember, more than one enemy can fail on a
Meaning,
sigil.
oh lordy, that is delicious regen. That's some good regen. I like it. So, Mark of Vengeance is trying to be a better offensive than Mark of Havoc and succeeding with it because of the talents.
Keep going. We're down to Empowering Darkness.
Empowering Darkness. At the start of your turn, after using your Enshrouding Darkness feature, you gain temporary HP equal to the amount of damage prevented from the feature. While you have these temporary hit points, your metamorph damage bonus is doubled. Ooh.
Eh?
Yep.
Eh.
Okay, 15th level of Universal. You kind of dropped the ball on that one. Now,
You sounded so excited!
yeah, because these talents were interesting on the Universal and pathetic on the Havoc ones. Now, can you make up to it for your 15th level Havoc? When you use your Eye Beam feature, if at least 2 creatures fail their saving throw, you enter Demon form without expending a use of the feature. If you are in Demon form when this talent triggers, you instead release a wave of chaotic magic, causing creatures who failed their saving throw to become paralyzed until the start of their next turn.
Dude, do you know how strong paralysis is?
It's a little too late though when it comes to this. Like it's literally exclusive to Havoc, which we saw was a bad subclass.
Yeah, I get that. Do you know how strong paralysis
That
is?
doesn't help Havoc much though.
I kinda get it, but it's, again,
Now,
it's paralysis.
how good is this one? Oh, devastation. As an action, you exhale a chaotic explosion of fell flames. Creatures of your choice within a 15-foot cone in front of you must make a dex save. A creature takes fire damage equal to 4d10 plus your Demon Hunter level on a failed save, or half as much on a success. Then regain hit points equal to 1d8 for each creature that failed their saving throw. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest, unless you spend 7 fell points to use it again. Okay, combine that with the Sigil of Bloodletting. Oh, buddy, that is... that's still a lot of damage regardless. You know?
That is a lot of damage, yes.
So I
Though,
think in terms of how strong the Demon Hunter is, I'd say props to Mark of Vengeance.
yeah, though honestly, I'm of the opinion that I do not like the flavor of this. I will say that straight up.
It's all about, like, you know, demonic power and all that. Basically, taking a desperate measure to fight back against a evil force. Which, believe it or not, happened back in, I think it was Warcraft 1 or 2. Or was it Warcraft 3? I don't remember. So, what's your verdict on the class, opinions aside? Like, overall...
It does use a lot of barbarian features. It spins them in a way that is different, that does try and make its own identity, though it kind of... Even though it's wanting to have variety between its two subclasses, one subclass is clearly better than the other.
But clearly being better than Havoc.
Yes, and it's a problem of... It's a sheer design thing regarding just how how people build stuff. There's just plenty of people that just don't know how to build stuff. And it's stuff that's common in even the 5e rules as written, so I really don't go ahead and can fault them for that, because of even the creators don't know what they're doing. They never have and they never will.
Exactly. Now, on to the Esper, which, judging by the image, this is based off of an anime. Well, multiple sources of anime, like Akira, Mob Psycho 100, and Tatsumaki from One Punch Man.
It's a good thing I know at least two of those things. I'm getting up for a quick moment. Ow!
Wait, what? He knows Mob Psycho 100? Let's see here. That's a D6 per Esper level. Wait, you know of Akira in Mob Psycho 100?
No. I know of Akira and Tatsumaki.
Ah. Yeah, yes. Tatsumaki, the short stack. Well, not necessarily short stack. She's just, short, but bottom heavy.
Yes. Yes, she is. And 1d6.
I honestly prefer her sister, Fubuki.
Don't remember her.
Believe it or not, Fubuki is actually the younger sister of Tatsumaki, despite being taller.
1d6 hit die.
Yep.
No armor. Weapons, daggers, darts, slings, quarterstaffs, light crossbows, and alchemist tools.
Intelligence
This
and
is
wisdom.
looking to be a psionic class, just to warn ya.
Yep. Choose to.
Really? You aren't upset by that?
It just sounds interesting, because at least I'm not having to deal with, caster or crap.
Fair enough.
Plus, the resource pool is actually simple to understand.
Saving throws, int and wisdom.
Very nice.
Choose two from Arcana, History, Insight, Investigation, Medicine, and Religion.
Meaning everything from int and wisdom. So,
No. They don't get perception. And they don't get survival.
I don't know. And why would you give the Esper a great sword when they aren't proficient in it?
We may learn that here in a little bit.
Or
Also, they don't get animal handling, which is also a wisdom skill.
and alchemist supplies. Oh, no.
And they also don't get nature, which is also an int
Otherwise, using
skill.
your psionic abilities and here's the penalty on the table. Oh wait, wrong column.
The first ability is Barrier.
That's it. 13 plus your int modifier.
Any direct attacks hit the barrier instead of you, and it regains HP equal to your prof bonus at the start. Wait.
It has a hit point. It has hit points equal to 3 times your Esper level.
Okay, so it starts with 3 health.
At level 1, yes.
Okay. From the first level onwards, your psychic powers go beyond the boundary between your body and your power. However, you must take some type of strong drug to maintain them, such as ingest healing potions, medicines twice each time you rest, short or long. Otherwise, using your psionic abilities incur the penalty on the table below. You have advantage if you've satiated half your addiction when you using the psychic powers feature as an action, roll 1d20 and perform an effect.
Oh boy.
I love the first one, just due to how it's written.
You lose your turn and cause an explosion in a radius equal to your. Oh no. Equal to your level in yards?
Yards!
Oh no. Oh no. A lot of people are gonna get hit in that.
Yes they are. That's amazing. I love it already.
Dealing radiant or necrotic damage equal to your psychotic, equal to your Esper level. 6 to 10. You cannot use your bonus action. And nearby objects lose hit points equal to your level plus your int modifier. 11 to 15. You can't use reactions until the start of your next turn. And finally, 16 to 20. Meh, just a headache. And you're also immune to being poisoned, and magic cannot put you to sleep. And you can somehow satisfy your desires from the overdose resource. Why would you ingest poison? Oh, right. Alright, immune to being poisoned.
Mm-hmm.
When taking damage directly from the poison, take half the damage and quench one level of your drug craving. You only need to satisfy your addiction twice at 6th level and once at 13th level. And you will be free of addiction! Ends at 17th level. Huh. Nice little role-playing mechanic right there. So that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's see what we can do with our psychic powers. Starting in first level, you learn to manipulate the matter and space around you while conscious. Manipulate. You can use your action to lift or manipulate objects around you, moving them, using them as a platform, or throwing them at a creature such as you may carry any number of objects or structures you wish that you can see within 60 feet. But the sum of the weight of these objects must not exceed 22 pounds multiplied by your intelligence modifier and your Esper level. Okay, so
Okay.
you can lift.
That's worded really badly at the end.
So 22 times your intelligence modifier and your Esper level.
The reason I say that's worded badly is it 22 times your int mod times your Esper level, or is it 22 times your int mod plus your Esper level?
I would assume the latter. But because it's
that needs specified.
Because if it's multiple,
because if it's the latter, it has a much lower potential.
But if it has the former, oh boy, we are going to be lifting things like Tatsumaki.
Exactly.
And to be fair, Mob from Mob Psycho 100, he's done some really crazy things with his Esper powers. To the point where, just to maintain control over his powers, he has to basically keep himself monotone and expressionless of his emotions. That's how powerful he is.
Oh, hello, Raven.
Yep. Although I think
I love how you were like, what do you... Oh!
Alright, Half Demon.
No. You remember Raven's whole thing was that she had to control her emotions because of her powers were based on her emotions.
And attack. After manipulating an object, as part of that same action, you can throw an object and perform a ranged attack. On a hit, the creature suffers force, slash, or bludgeoning damage equal to 1d6 plus your Esper level plus your intelligence modifier all at once. You use the object's original damage if it is a weapon, but it loses all the properties it had and becomes a projectile. The die increases as you advance in this class. So, D6, D8, D10, D12. At 18th level, your attacks made with psychic powers are considered magical.
Huh?
It takes
18th level seems high for it.
that. It takes us until near level 20 for that to actually be considered good.
That seems weird for a psionic.
To set the DC of a saving throw or attack, you use your intelligence modifier plus your proficiency bonus, plus 8.
Plus int.
Okay.
Ultra perception.
At second level, you create effects on a target with your psychic powers. You have a number of side points equal to your level, and you regain all expended use points after finishing a short or long rest. You earn 2 psychic abilities of your choice listed at the end of this class. You must meet the prerequisites to use them. Otherwise, you will not be able to use them. You earn an additional 1 in the 4th, 6th, 10th, 12th, 16th, and 18th level. Intelligence is your Esper psychic ability, as your ability depends on your extraordinary intelligence. You use your intelligence whenever an ability refers to your psychic ability. Additionally, you use your intelligence modifier when setting a saving throw DC for an Esper ability you cast and when making an attack roll with 1. Finally, your paths. Upon reaching 3rd level, you commit to a path. You can choose from Exorcist, Akira 28, or Sorcerer. Your path grants you features at 3rd level and again at 6th, 11th, and 17th. At 5th level, mental strength. At 5th level, you can use your intelligence or wisdom score on a saving throw instead of your original score. Choose between strength, dexterity, or constitution. Grab. At 7th level, you can now grapple creatures when making an attack with your psychic powers feature. You can spend a side point to grapple a creature. It must make a strength save or it will become trapped and can be easily manipulated. In other words, you are chucking one dude into another dude.
Yes, they are.
Want to see me beat one dude with another dude? Want to see me do it again? Okay, that's actually kind of funny. Astral projection. At 9th level, you can spend a side point to leave your body and travel between planes for a minute. While in this state, your barrier lowers and you can have a 1,000 feet view of where you are, knowing the position of each creature present within the area for a turn. So literally just, mark them where they are, and then go back to your body. Go reconnaissance.
It is good reconnaissance. My problem is the 1 turn line.
Yeah.
And it's mainly because of... That's actually really confusing terminology.
We should use a minute instead for that.
Exactly. Because of... 1 round is a clearly defined point of time. 1 turn isn't.
Next up,
At least not in this system.
Next up,
Do you know what most systems consider one turn to be?
6 seconds.
That's a round, dearie.
Oh. Far less than that.
No.
What?
No.
Then what?
One turn is typically 10 minutes.
Oh.
In most systems, one turn specifically refers to one exploration turn, which is usually 10 minutes.
Oh my god. So literally we can just spend 10 minutes doing this, map out a location, point them all out to everybody else in our party, and then be like, here they are, 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 boom.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, this needs better defined, because if in 5E, the term of one turn is kind of a misnomer. Because of, sure, you have your turn in combat, but that is not even the proper term that's used.
Not to mention astral projection would not be good for combat. It's clearly meant to be used for, planning something.
Correct.
Next up,
And I think that line just lost all of our viewers.
what?
No, before this slide, I was at like 6 viewers, and we just dropped to 3. Everyone left at that because they thought I was insane.
Next up, guided attack. At 10th level, when you make a ranged attack and miss, you can spend 2 die points and reroll the die with advantage, making the projectile turn around to try and hit your enemy.
Interesting.
Next up, invincible! At verge to 14 level, you now become resistant to cold and fire damage. And no longer need to breathe. What the heck?
What?
Resistant to cold and fire damage and no longer need to breathe.
That's not surprising.
War stress. At 18th level, you are able to create a big bang with your own hands. If your hit points reach 0, you will create a 330-foot spherical explosion? What? Everyone in the area must make a Constitution saving throw against your DC, or take 10d6 plus 20 damage, or half as much on a success. You are immune to this blast, and if your mental shield was not destroyed, you can sacrifice it to return with 1 health. When you're using this feature, your character will return with 2 levels of exhaustion. And, wait, exasperation or exhaustion. We'll not be able to use this feature again until...
Exasperation! That's what it feels like to read something this badly worded.
Finally, the 20th level of the capstone feature. True Esper. Finally, at 20th level, you recover 1 side point every time you start your turn without taking damage. And your shield is intact. Additionally, your barrier is below your hit point total. You can use your bonus action to negate the restoration of your barrier and regain 1 side point. Oh boy, here we go with the paths. First up, oh no. Oh no, we're starting with the Nightmare Fuel 1. Akira 28. If y'all are younger viewers out there, whatever you do, don't watch Akira. Please. It'll mess with your head. Just trust me on this one. Do not watch Akira until you're older.
Or Spirited Away.
Exactly.
You agree with me!
The Spirited Away is kind of dark, but Akira is.
Let me emphasize this to you. Spirited Away was the first Studio Ghibli movie I ever saw. I still get freaked out whenever I see that animation style, no matter what it is.
But yeah, I'm just saying, like, Akira is not for children. It's not.
Well, no duh.
Anyway, this Esper subclass is focused on advanced psychic abilities. The Akira 28s are capable of performing impressive feats such as telekinesis and mind reading. At starting at 3rd level, you have learned to possess information by force. You can test and detect thought spell a number of times. You get your proficiency bonus. The creature has disadvantage on saving throws against the spell if it has a lower wisdom and intelligence score than yours. Meaning a lot of things. A lot of.
But it's only against detect thoughts. That's not going to break things insanely.
Next up, barrier durability. At 6th level, the barrier is enhanced. Your barrier now has a number of hit points equal to 4 times your Esper level.
It gains 6 HP. Big whoop. I think that the psychic powers are where this class is going to show its sheer versatility.
Next up, intangible. At 11th level, you can use your action to cast invisible magic for a minute without needing to use any components. And in addition, you can pass through non-dense walls. You can only use this feature again after finishing a long rest.
I think it meant to say you can cast invisibility.
Ah, okay. Finally. Oh no. This is the nightmare fuel. Old capstone. At 17th level, your body becomes unstable and this drives everything living around you into a state of deterioration. As an action, you can activate Rage Mode for a minute. While in this state, you gain the following benefits. You regain 1d4 hit points at the start of the turn, and creatures within 30 feet of you lose 1d4 hit points. You can use your reaction to succeed on the first saving throw against you outside of your turn. Once per turn, you transform your arms into... Oh no. Oh no, that's disgusting. Into vines of flesh and iron and make an attack at a distance of 60 feet and 20 feet wide? Once creatures in this location take damage equal to their psychic powers die, cannot use their... Creatures in this location take damage equal to your psychic powers die, and cannot use their proficiency bonuses until the end of the next turn. You can only use this feature again after finishing a long rest. Like I said, nightmare fuel. It's because of the vines of flesh and iron. And I'm not going to show the clip of Tetsuo's transformation from the movie. I'm not. I don't want to. It still messes me up to this day.
Oh, interesting.
Do not watch it wherever you do.
No, I'm saying interesting because of... It lists 3 subclasses, but there's only 2 in the document.
Next up, Exorcist.
Hi, Tatsumaki.
I think Mob is actually the Exorcist one.
Hi, Mob.
Esper Exorcists are individuals with the rare ability to channel psychic powers to confront and banish spiritual entities and supernatural creatures. They stand out as guardians against the fatal forces of evil that threaten the balance of the spiritual and material world. In Exorcism, you can use your intelligence score instead of your charisma score on saving throws. Additionally, you deal 2 extra points of damage against evil-aligned creatures. Okay.
That's a really weird third level feature.
Supernatural sense. In the on 6th level, you cannot be surprised while you are conscious, and other creatures do not gain advantage on attack rolls against you, because they cannot be seen by you. Additionally, you can sense objects around you. You no longer need to see an object to manipulate it with the psychic powers feature. Next up, dodge. At 6th level,
Which makes no sense.
you were blessed with the gift of seeing the supernatural. You can sense and see any demons, undead, and ghosts that tend to turn invisible within 30 feet of you. And finally, oh boy.
Question mark percent.
Finally, at 17th level, your emotions reach the battlefield. You may enter a state of frustration for a minute. While in this state, you gain the following benefits. You gain magic resistance and cannot be charmed. You can't be knocked down or pushed, and you have advantage on saving throws against being grabbed. And you get a bonus of 3D areas to AC and CD? What the heck is CD?
DC.
Oh, get a bonus of 3D.
Typos.
Get a bonus of 3D or AC and DC. Okay. And and what? Where is? Oh.
I said they list 3 subclasses and there's only 2 in the document.
Where's Sorcerer then?
We don't know.
So I think so. Tatsumaki is supposed to be the Sorcerer one. If I'm thinking correctly.
They did the art, but they didn't do the order correctly. Because of we don't know.
Okay.
Johnny!
Let's see what we got for our psychic skills. Bio line, universal. When you hit one enemy with your psychic powers feature as a bonus action, you can spend 1 side point to have it become trapped in Nope.
It must succeed on a con save. On a failure, they have hit points equal to the damage dealt and attach themselves to the target, leaving them incapacitated. A trapped creature cannot move and can only climb. What? Huh?
Using your action to attack the line.
I don't get it.
That's, I believe that's the,
That makes no sense.
I think that one's for Akira.
Well, yeah, but I'm more like, if a target's incapacitated, they can't climb out. So,
Next up, Energy Ball. You can spend 2 sides to create a sphere of energy at the tip of your finger towards the point you choose within range, and then it erupts with a low pop, exploding into flames. Each creature in a 20-foot radius sphere and centered on the dot must make a dex save. Target takes 1d6 plus your Esper level of the chosen damage on a failed save, or half as much damage. And on a successful one. Next up, Hallucination. You can spend 1 side point to plant ideas in the creature, such as saying there's a rat in its pants, or saying there are guards behind it. The effect ends when he touches the creature figure or someone touches it, revealing its false existence. When she comes out of the state, she doesn't. When they come out of the state, they don't remember where or who the idea came from.
So, suggestion, but with illusions.
Yep.
That's nice.
Awaken. You can spend 1 side point to cast, produce flame, firebolt, ray of frost, shocking grasp, or eldritch blast.
Why would you use a resource bucket to cast a cantrip?
At 10th level, you can spend 2 additional points to cast them as they reach your next level.
No, bad subclass.
No, that's a skill.
Bad skills.
Regeneration. You can spend 2 side points and use your bonus action to regain 1d6 plus your Esper level and hit points.
Okay, but
that's an average of 9 by that point.
Yeah, that's meh.
Evasive. You can spend 2 side points to cast Misty Step without needing components. Additionally, when receiving an attack, you can spend 1 extra side point to use it as a reaction and thus avoid damage.
Okay, that's good.
Deny magic. You spend 3 points to cast Counterspell without needing components.
There's only one. There are 2 L's in Counterspell. Why does it have 1 here? This is Counterspell.
I don't know. Extra vision. If you are blind, you can spend a side point to gain blind sight out to 30 feet for a minute.
Huh?
Oh, what the hell? You can spend 1 side point and use an action to throw a target the same size or smaller. The target must succeed on an intelligence test, or it will be pulled or thrown in the direction you want within 9 feet and receive force.
This person's English is breaking down.
Receive force damage to your Esper, equal to your Esper level. Shield. When you are the target of a ranged attack, you can spend 1 side point and use your reaction to reduce the damage equal to 1d10 plus your Esper level.
I throw a shoe at the rider!
Interception. You can spend 3 points to have an extra reaction.
I still throw a shoe at the rider!
Low blow. You can spend 2 points and use your bonus action to make an unarmed attack. This attack deals damage equal to your psychic, your Esper level plus your intelligence modifier.
That's not good!
That's a 12th level feature, darn it.
This person sort of like broke down halfway through this document and just started writing things they thought sounded cool, but ended up writing gibberish.
Next up, we have All for One from My Hero Academia.
Oh, jeez. I'm going to download this and then go ahead and brush my teeth. I'm starting to get tired.
Sorry if I sent you too much.
I'm like...
I sent you too much stuff, didn't I?
Yes, but it also means that we can save some of it for later. We have been going at this for 4 hours, and that's actually a good length for a stream.
Yeah, true. Plus, tomorrow once I get home, if I'm not busy with anything at all, we can have the whole day to stream Star Ocean.
Yes, yes indeed. Also, say hello to my ugliest sin desktop with every single spot filled out with apps. I always make fun of this whenever it's shown because of literally everyone's like, why is it so cluttered? Because it is. Some of the stuff I don't even know why it's here. I don't know why I have a Second Life viewer on here. I think I've only opened Second Life once, ever. This Gilded, I joined this for like a campaign at one point, and it wasn't even something I could get into, so I've never opened it since then.
For my next devious plan, I, all for one, will attempt to exterminate all our friends from the internet.
What?
It's a Devil Artemis joke. If you know, you know.
Oh great, this is a 12-page document.
What?
I'm so tired.
What, for the All for One user? That one?
Wait, what?
Are you talking about the All for One user?
The user or the document? I was just referring to the...
It just says All for One 5E.
Yeah, I was saying it's a 12-page document.
Oh boy! Let's see here. D10 hit die.
Yeah. I kind of want to cut things so that way I can get some mangoes and just...
Relax. Just get some...
Yeah, my juices started like draining like about halfway through the Esper.
Yeah, I
About when the author was getting to the point where they just started writing gibberish.
yeah, we'll save All for One for next time when...
Oh no, he doesn't just have All for One. To give some idea, All for One, Death Knight, Super Saiyan, Evoker, still were on what he sent me. And I don't mind reviewing Homebrew. I enjoy this greatly. Because of it's... There aren't enough people that do this. There aren't enough people that are like, okay, let me look at your homebrew and take a mallet and repeatedly hit it.
Hey, at least the Demon Hunter was decent, despite its,
Flavoring.
yeah. Like, it's a...
Again, it's one of those things of I realized where they were coming from.
Yeah, because...
And it's a thing of...
it's a...
Flavor's free. Flavor's free as long as the GM works with you.
Like,
And I don't mind doing
yeah,
that.
Demon...
It's a different thing of... And that's why I always put like an asterisk on if I'm running a campaign and I say I banned something. If you come to me asking me to play that thing, I've either banned it for a lore reason or for a mechanics reason. If it's the latter, you have no hope of playing it. If it's the former, then you can feasibly make an argument to me and reflavor it in a way that I would be willing to roll with it. But that's a lot easier to do for a class or subclass than a race, in my opinion.
Right.
There's a reason that I outright say, no, you are not allowed to play a freaking, tiefling. Yes, I am one of those sorts of DMs.
Why do you, what?
No tieflings. End of discussion.
Why no tieflings? Oh, right.
Okay.
They don't make sense at all within the things of 5e.
Tieflings half don't make sense. And part of it is more so just due to the fact of how tieflings are written. Because, first off, one, this makes even less sense now than it used to, because of the fact that it used to state that tieflings just had devil's blood in them. As in, one of their parents was a devil. Problem. Low-ranking devils is in, like, the actual lowest ranking devils are not super charismatic. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense is for them to go ahead and being on the material plane, seducing a human to have a tiefling child. You have to think about that.
So that's why all the tiefling bloodlines are probably named after more major devils.
All the tiefling bloodlines are named after the archdevils. And here's my problem with this. Of the 9 major archdevils, how many of them realistically go to the material plane to actually have, let's just face it, snoo?
I don't know.
Realistically, maybe 2 of them out of 9. And the reason I specify this is that you also have to bear in mind they have to do this in person. They cannot send an avatar of themselves to go ahead and actually cause a tiefling to be born from their bloodline. They have to go in person. Which makes even less sense.
I see.
Do you get why that, and on top of that, the only one that realistically would have a huge bloodline currently can't do it?
Right.
Because of he's frozen in a giant block of ice.
Right.
You should literally see me on stream right now. I am literally just shaking with my hands just like, yeah!
You're just like Fawful right now.
Yes, I have fury against the tieflings for very good, bloody, logical reasons. And it's like, dudes, think about it. How the Cluck would there be this many tieflings in the world? Tieflings are already ostracized by society for the most part. How would there be 5 tieflings in a tavern?
I have no clue.
My point exactly. And because of like, you have to go up like a few like levels up the quote unquote devilish totem pole to get to devils that have a high enough charisma to feasibly make tieflings and actually feel compelled to do it. And the problem is that you get into this whole debate over like how the devilish parent would be towards their own offspring, which is a huge argument. Because of there's a huge difference between like the 9 circles and the devils that inhabit each of the 9 circles. Sorry, am I just blabbering? You haven't said anything, so I have no idea.
Sorry,
what to
I'm
say.
just listening and also like.
Paper Mario!
Yes.
Alright, we're gonna end things here for today. Like, comment, and subscribe if you enjoy our work. And please do also visit Berserker Bahamut's channel. It's also in the description of the YouTube video. And please do share our content and join our Discord. It really does help us out. Follow us here on Twitch and on Facebook in order to come aboard the Starship LP. We're not your hero, villain, or NPC up. When all our games are over, I hope to see you in heaven one day.